The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, Commissioner, I appear with Ms Marsh again today.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I appear with Mr Glover and Mr Vial for the Commonwealth.
Thank you. And that's all the appearances for today or not?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
One housekeeping matter, Commissioner. On the list of potential witnesses for this week, or anticipated witnesses, Ms Annette Musolino was included on that list, but it's now clear that she won't be reached this week, and it's expected that she'll be called during the second hearing block.
Thanks, Mr Gregory.
Yes. Commissioner, Mr Pratt is ready to give evidence.
Yes, Mr Pratt, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Thank you. And Mr Pratt?
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Mr Pratt, could you tell the Commission your name, please?
Finn Axel Pratt.
And you received a notice to give evidence and produce documents numbered NTG-0015 dated 6 October 2022.
I did.
And you produced a statement in response dated 18 October 2022.
I did.
And I gather that since 18 October you have had the opportunity to look for some diary notes and other documents that might be relevant and to which your attention has been drawn.
I have reviewed my diaries yet again multiple times and have found a couple of extra things.
Thank you. You included some attachments to your statement, and there are other documents which have been identified as having potential relevance to your evidence. Commissioner, I tender the exhibits in the draft list for day 11, which are currently numbered 1222 through to 1235D.
Yes, those exhibits will be admitted with the numbering in accordance with the schedule.
Commissioner, might I just have it noted on the transcript that as per the schedule, and a series of those documents are tendered for the limited purpose having regard to the Parliamentary Privileges Act.
Right.
That's how it's been
You've lost me, I'm sorry. Can you make that a bit clearer?
Sorry, Commissioner. We've been notified, the Commonwealth's been notified that the, as per the exhibit list.
Okay, there are some things that might attract parliamentary privilege if they were used to describe...
For a prohibited purpose, that's right.
That sort of thing.
Our understanding is that they're not intended to be used for any prohibited purpose, and I'm just formally noting that.
Right, thank you.
Commissioner.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. There's one further issue. I'm told that exhibit number 1232 is in fact a duplicate. So I can fill the gap with a different document, which might put the document production people to a stage of uncertainty, but if I hand up these two.
So is this effectively a withdrawal of a document titled Re-advice, please?
And it's, yes, and substitution with diary entry, and the date is 22 January 2015.
All right. The diary entry then will be 1232, and you've given me 2 copies, one for the record, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr Pratt, my apologies for the housekeeping in the middle of your evidence. You are currently retired.
Correct.
But you were the former Secretary of the Department of Social Services for a period.
That's right.
And you set out your employment history, as it were, within the Australian Public Service in your statement.
I did.
Relevant for the scope of this inquiry, you have extensive experience with both the Department of Human Services in some respects, but also the Department of Social Services.
That's right.
In September 2008, you were appointed to the Chief Executive Officer role with Centrelink.
Yes.
And I understand that you remained in that role for almost a year through to August 2009,
Correct.
and then were appointed as the Secretary of the Department of Human Services in September 2009.
That's right.
That role continued for about a year and a half through to April 2011.
Yes.
You were then the Secretary of the Department of Families, Housing, Community Services and Indigenous Affairs, and that's been brought up on the screen now.
That's right.
And you can confirm that's what appears at paragraph 7 of your statement.
That's right.
The period that is of particular significance to the Commission is, as you understand, your role as Secretary of the Department of Social Services from September 2013 to September 2017.
Yep.
During that period of time, I gather Ms Campbell was the Secretary of the Department of Human Services.
That's right.
That is, she took that role in about September 2013, to your knowledge.
No, she moved into Human Services after I left in
By 2000.
April 2011. She would have been there probably March, April.
Okay. Can we deal with things at a relatively high level first? Describe in your own terms the role of the Department of Social Services from the perspective that you held, that is, one of Secretary.
Yeah. Department of Social Services was the social policy department for Commonwealth Government, and so we provided advice to governments over time on a huge range of matters, including income support policies for all manner of vulnerable Australians, families, pensioners, people looking for work, people with disabilities and so forth. And in addition to that, and perhaps Mr Gregory, it would be easier at some stage to have a look at the list I have included in my statement of the range of responsibilities of the department during this period.
Perhaps if paragraph 14 could be brought up on the
Yes,
screen.
that's
then
right.
Certainly, yes.
So as you can see there, we were responsible for the welfare system or social security system. We looked after family services, carer services, a range of disability services, which include, of course, the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I worked on the NDIS for 6 years. We had disability employment services, aged care, childcare, etc. You can see it's a very long list of things. Another thing which we had during that period, which was quite prominent in terms of our work, was the work we did around settlement services, which had come over from immigration in late 2013. Childcare joined the department in at Christmas time 2014.
Obviously a very large department with enormous responsibility.
I felt so, yes.
And not just in terms of the areas, but also in terms of the extent of financial measures under its implementation or supervision.
So DSS's budget at this time, and this is peak DSS, was probably about a third of the entire expenditure of the Commonwealth at that time. 130 billion plus a year.
You describe in paragraph 14, that's the introduction, the social policy advice role of DSS. It included, as I understand the attachments to your statement, also a responsibility for legislation that related to its various responsibilities in a social policy sense.
Yes, that's right. Department of Social Services also was responsible for over 50 pieces of legislation during this period, which includes the Social Security Act and its Administration Act and many others. Mr Gregory, it might be worthwhile just showing that list.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. If we can
I
go...
know that you need to help Mr Gregory a lot. He's been doing fairly well so far, but thank you, Mr Pratt.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If we could go to what is described as attachment A to your statement. It is an administrative arrangements order. Exhibit 1223, I'm told. Just while that's being brought up, I might identify something which is perhaps obvious, but the events in respect of your involvement with what became the Robodebt scheme occurred, of course, in your period as secretary, and as you've identified, you had a vast range of responsibilities and undoubtedly a vast range of people reporting to you. Are you able to independently, that is independently of documents, recall significant events about the scheme, or is it the case that the extent of your memory is largely confined to what exists in the documents?
Certainly my recollection of the Robodebt scheme is as identified in the documents. As I make a point though in my statement, inevitably there would have been other conversations and meetings and discussions I had with ministers, my senior people, the Secretary of Department of Human Services, Kathryn Campbell. So my recollection after, well, nearly 8 years ago, through till 5 years ago when I left social services, is reasonable, but it's not perfect. And so I acknowledge in my statement that there would have been other occasions when I actually had, inevitably had involvement with Ms Campbell, my senior people, ministers during that time.
Yes. And during the period that you were the secretary of the department, the Robodebt scheme, as it's described in the letters patent, was the subject of significant public interest and media interest, particularly in late 2016 and from that point forward.
Yes.
And the subject of other inquiries in which your department was involved.
Yes, that's right.
And that undoubtedly triggered significant interest from the ministers associated with the portfolio.
It did.
Which included the department. The attachments up on this is now up on the screen. The first page is the administrative arrangements order, and you identify that this was really part of the machinery of government which established departments and roles and delineation between various departments in the Commonwealth Government.
That's right.
An order by the Governor-General, effectively, is the executive.
That's right.
And what you've included, this is of course dated 23 December 2014, as matters to be dealt with by the department of which you were the secretary, is on the next page. Matters dealt with is the top half of the page, which in broad terms is the policy responsibility, as I understand what you described earlier in your evidence at paragraph 14.
That's right.
And of particular reference here is income support and participation policy for people of working age at line 3.
Yes, those first three.
First 3. If we move then down to the legislation administered by the Minister, that's the Minister of Social Services.
That's right.
We can see that starts halfway down the page. It's in alphabetical order and goes over to the following page. These are the 50 or so pieces of legislation that were under administration by your department.
That's right.
And of reference to or relevance to this inquiry, we see at the top of page 37, the second entry is the Data Matching Program Assistance and Tax Act of 1990. And then in the lower half of the document, we see references to Social Security Act 1991 and the Social Security Administration Act of 1999.
That's right.
Now, could you describe then the relationship, having established that very high-level framework, the relationship between the Department of Social Services, of which you were the Secretary, and the Department of Human Services, of which Ms Campbell was the Secretary.
That's right. So at a very high level, my department and I were responsible for the policy of that related to the legislation in front of you, and as set out in the matters that the department was responsible for. And the Department of Human Services was responsible for the delivery of many of the requirements of these acts and the policies that were looked after by DSS.
That is, your department set the policy and was responsible for the legislative aspects of that policy, and DHS administered or implemented those policies and was the service delivery agency.
That's right, with one caveat, as described in the Department of Human Services administrative orders. They were responsible also for service delivery policy.
I see. That is a subset of the overarching policy responsibility of DSS.
Oh, well, it was directly its responsibility as an independent Department of State.
Yes. We heard evidence last week from Mr Brown of Legal Aid Victoria Legal Aid, who described that an action seeking judicial review on various declarations in the case of Masterton was initially commenced against the Secretary of the Department of Human Services, apparently on the understanding that that person was the decision maker for the debt raised in respect of Ms Masterton under the Robodebt scheme. But very quickly, by agreement, it was the Commonwealth of Australia who was substituted as the respondent in that legal process. Is it the case that despite DSS having responsibility for this legislation and legislative decisions and legal issues, obviously related to policy and the legislation, that there is a bit of a blurry line between ultimately where the buck stops in terms of decisions made in the implementation of the program, which might be broader than DHS?
Possibly, yes. There are some blurry lines there. I mean, again, as I say in my statement, and it is very difficult to find a demarcation, but pure policy, as I express it, was a responsibility of the Department of Social Services. Service delivery policy was, or operational policy, was the responsibility of the Department of Human Services. But finding that demarcation point is difficult.
Of particular or direct relevance, of course, is the development of policy in respect of what became the Robodebt scheme. Where was the demarcation there from your perspective of Secretary?
Okay. I think there are three components of that. One is I, as Secretary of DSS, was responsible for the overarching policy in relation to debt and compliance, as set out in the Social Security Act. I was responsible as Secretary of DSS for the advice that my department gave the Department of Human Services on the proposal which would become Robodebt, and the Department of Human Services was responsible for the service delivery policy proposal which emerged in 2015 in the 2015 budget, which became Robodebt.
And merely because a service delivery proposal is developed as part of a budget measure, I take it that DSS is not relieved of its ongoing policy responsibilities in respect of the measure.
In terms of its ownership of the overarching policy interests, no.
That is, there is a continuing obligation on the part of DSS through the administrative arrangements orders that it will monitor the implementation of it and ensure that it's consistent with its own policy obligations.
No, not quite. AAOs for Department of Human Services make it very clear that they are responsible for the monitoring of their actions. They are a separate Department of State. They are independent from DSS in that respect. In fact, they're independent from DSS in all respects. We are colleague departments in the portfolio. I go into at length in my statement that at different stages DHS had its own portfolio or was in the finance portfolio. But I think it is very important to understand that in no way, including when I was Secretary of DHS, was DHS ever subordinate to the Department of Social Services, right? They were colleague departments that happened to be in the same portfolio at that time. There's a lengthy history to why that was, how it got to that point, which obviously I imagine you don't want me to go into, but we were quite separate as departments of state.
What then in the hypothetical scenario where DSS becomes aware that the manner in which DHS is implementing social security policy is inconsistent with its own position in a policy sense?
Yeah, well, at that time, we should alert them to that fact.
Would you alert your minister as well?
Potentially. It depends on the scale of the issue. If it was relatively small and was easily fixable, then possibly not. If it was a significant issue, then we might take it up with the minister.
And what about your own responsibility for advice to the minister? Can you describe that?
Well, under the Public Service Act, I am the principal policy advisor to my Minister of the day.
That suggests an obligation to raise matters of policy where the matters are significant, even if they might relate to the implementation by DHS of a particular policy.
Possibly. It depends on the matter, because it may well be that DHS themselves are already raising that matter with the minister, and it would not make sense for me to weigh in on another department's responsibilities unless necessary.
And the easy way to check whether another department has raised it with its minister would be a conversation between you and Ms Campbell?
That could be a way, yes.
There may be other ways.
Well, yes, in the context of Robodebt, the minister raised it with me.
And when do you recall that conversation happening?
It's firmly in my mind. It was around very close to Christmas, one side or the other, either 2016 or early 2017. I remember seeing the media reports about what became known as Robodebt. It was obvious to me that this was in relation to a service delivery matter that was being administered by the Department of Human Services. The minister at the same time rang me up. In a sense, Minister Porter, I think, was quite focused on it because he was getting media calls, not as Social Services Minister, but as the acting Human Services Minister, because then Minister Tudge, who was the Human Services Minister, was on leave, and Minister Porter was acting down for him at that time.
You say acting down, does that imply a senior-junior minister relationship?
Yes, Commissioner. So
even though the departments are seen as equal?
That's right, Commissioner. So he would have been both Minister for Social Services and Minister for Human Services at that time, while Mr Tudge was on leave. But Minister Tudge was a minister. Minister Porter was a cabinet minister who represented the interests of the portfolio.
Thank you.
Minister Tudge reported to Minister Porter.
Thanks.
Just dealing with that question of the respective relationship between the two departments, as part of your responsibilities as Secretary, annual reports were prepared and signed under your hand.
That's right.
You finished, as you said, in your role as Secretary of the Department in about August or September 2017.
September 2017, yep.
And the annual report for the 16-17 financial year was released at that point or slightly afterwards.
Yes, I recall being happy that I was able to sign off the last of my annual reports for the Department of Social Services.
There is a passage in the report that I'll read to you. I appreciate you don't have it with you, provided it, of course, to my learned friend Ms Hogan-Doran, but I'll read it out and then ask for your comment about the question of the respective relationship. Under the heading, it's page 92 of the report, under the heading Social Security Debt Raising and Recovery, social security payments can be overpaid if the information held by DHS about recipients' circumstances is incorrect. These overpayments can be due to recipient error, brackets, inadvertent or deliberate, brackets, comma, administrative error, or a combination of these errors. Our debt identification and recovery is managed by DHS, and we monitor and oversee this process. This year, DHS raised 1,532,719 DSS debts valued at 1.5 billion and recovered 0.96 billion. A further 0.09 billion was waived. These figures include compensation debts but exclude family tax benefit reconciliation and tax return non-lodger debts. Debts, over to page 93, debts were recovered through a variety of methods, with the primary method being withholding of a portion of the current entitlement for recipients. We can waive our right to recover the debt under certain conditions. These include cases where the debtor is subject to extreme and unusual circumstances that interfere with their capacity to repay, the debt was solely due to administrative error, that it is likely to be less than $50 in value and therefore not cost effective to pursue, indicators that are agreed with DHS measure the overall effectiveness of debt management relating to social security program payments. The phrase that your debt, that is DHS, debt identification and recovery, is managed by DHS, suggests some demarcation in the role, but still almost a supervisory role.
Yes, the reference to monitoring there, and the ANAO pointed out a failing we had in that space earlier in the year. We did have a role, or I assume they still do, in monitoring the actual achievement of measures in terms of debts recovered, the amount of money that was recovered by the debt management operations of the Department of Human Services.
That is, there's an area of financial responsibility or monitoring of what flows from DHS implementation and service delivery.
Yes, that's right.
That tends to suggest a degree of awareness also, that passage I read out, about the manner in which debts were being recovered at the time.
I think that's fair to say, yeah.
And income averaging, or its use in debt creation, was the subject of the media interest that occurred in December 2016 and January 2017.
Well, that is one of the major flaws of the Robodebt scheme, of course.
Yes. But insofar as it was a flaw in the public arena, it was in the public arena by reason of media interest late 16, early 17.
Well, I don't actually recall that. The media that I focused on as a former Secretary of Human Services and CEO of Centrelink was in fact in relation to what I thought was unusual administrative or operational arrangements for dealing with the people who had potential debts. For example, I was quite surprised, for example, that the letters that went to people didn't have telephone numbers on them. I mean, that is typically a better practice service delivery-wise. Also, there were many complaints about people not getting letters. That is reasonably anticipatable based on the fact that the people that we are dealing with often move around a lot. If they have stopped receipt of payment, I don't believe, still required to advise of their current address to the government. So my focus was in those areas. I must confess I did not have a real consciousness or understanding of income averaging. It's not something I had been exposed to before. I don't recall seeing that in the media.
All right. Just to be clear about the context in which you gave your answer in respect of telephone numbers and people moving addresses and the like, that is, those were matters of interest to you in late 16, early 17 from media inquiries by reason of your previous experience with Centrelink.
That was my takeaway from those. And I should note, to be fair to Human Services, they did change those things pretty quickly.
Yes.
Can I just ask you, as DHS Secretary, were you aware of averaging ever being used as a means of determining and raising debt?
No, Commissioner.
Right, thank you.
The question of putting a telephone number on a letter seemed to be fairly well settled in terms of point of contact from your experience in DHS and CEO of Centrelink.
Certainly, in my experience, as Human Services Secretary, and even when I was at Centrelink, there was always an interest in seeing what functions could actually be moved onto the computer system or could be automated in order to try and free up resources to deal with the more difficult issues that our customers faced. And so it was always that incentive. When one is dealing with a complex matter like debt issues, and I'm no expert in debt management or policy, but these are times where it does make sense to ensure that you've got a human being who can actually talk to someone and help guide them through the process.
The scheme, that is the size of the scheme as you've described it, even in the 16-17 financial year, suggested that there was a very high degree of automation about the raising and recovery of debts.
Certainly the media, I think the Robodebt description was coined pretty early in the piece, and so yes, there was clearly a heavy reliance on automation.
And from your experience as Secretary of DHS, in broad terms, and I appreciate it's a decade ago now, but the level of debt interventions and recovery processes was in the vicinity of 20,000 or so per year.
I recall when I was at Centrelink, when I was first introduced to the concept of data matching between our then records, what recipients would report on in terms of their fortnightly earnings, was being matched against tax data relating to what employers were saying. And I do recall thinking, oh, that's quite a clever thing to do. But I do recall that it was quite small scale, and my vague recollection was that it was pretty labour intensive to do it.
That is, it was used, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, from your knowledge, as a starting point to identify potential discrepancies which would be investigated using the traditional methods of compulsory obtaining of third-party information in a fairly labour-intensive way.
Well, I hate to confess, but your now knowledge on this is exceeded my then knowledge of it, but absolutely.
Right. Coming back then to late 2016, early 2017, were you aware, either from the media or from your conversation with Minister Porter or any other conversations you had at the time, about the interest from ACOS, the Australian Council of Social Services?
No.
No. All right. The conversation you had then when Minister Porter raised the issue with you, can you take us through that in as much detail as you can recall?
I might paraphrase. I seem to recall that Minister Porter might have said something in the order of, "What the hell is this all about?" I think my response was, "You are reading the same media I am. This is clearly something which DHS is doing." And in some fashion, I connected Minister Porter as acting Human Services Minister with whomever was acting for Ms Campbell at the time as the Secretary of Human Services, to ensure that he received the proper advice around what it was about, what was happening, how to handle the media.
Do you recall any ongoing involvement, again in relationship to the connection you established between Minister Porter and the acting Secretary, DHS?
No, I don't. And certainly my records don't suggest that I did have further involvement of that sort. But having said that, Mr Gregory, inevitably in meetings with the Minister, he might have raised things to do with it. So I don't recall that being the case, but I certainly assume that being a topical issue, it would have come up.
And in addition to the media interest, as you've identified, there were other investigations and inquiries undertaken in respect of the issue, one of which was the Ombudsman's inquiry.
Well, the first one, and I got briefing on this in mid-January, was that the ANAO was examining the combined effort of Human Services and DSS and our respective roles in relation to previous debt compliance programs which pre-existed 16-17. And obviously the Auditor General would have written to me ahead of that, so I would have known that we were contributing on that. But I became aware of that, and then, yes, you're right, the Ombudsman was also doing an inquiry into the what became known as the Robodebt scheme.
Do you recall being briefed by Serena Wilson about that time in respect of questions of the legality of the scheme?
No, I don't, but if Miss Wilson, I mean, it is quite likely that Miss Wilson would have mentioned something to me. Let me rephrase that. I am sure Miss Wilson would have talked to me about the issues in relation to the scheme. I don't recall any discussion about legalities or issues of that sort, but I'm not ruling it out.
I understand. Perhaps if we could return back to broader questions and the nature of your role and interaction with ministers, and go to paragraph 17 of your statement. While that's being brought up, Mr Pratt, the size of the department and the various reports that you had to receive from branches and divisions, deputy secretaries and the like, meant that really only the matters of higher level significance were drawn to your attention?
As a general rule, yes.
And your role, as you describe it here in paragraph 17, included what is understood traditionally as a CEO role, a principal policy advisor, as you say, and a steward of the APS, frequent attendee at cabinet committees, in particular the Expenditure Review Committee, which examined expenditure and savings proposals for the budget. And you say there in 2015 DSS had 47 measures announced in that year's budget, more than half again from the next largest department. And your attendance at Parliament was a regular feature as well. The nature of the conversation you described from your recollection with Minister Porter appeared to indicate a level of comfort in frank dialogue between the two of you.
I accept that. Certainly Minister Porter felt comfortable having frank dialogue with me.
And what about his predecessor, Minister Morrison?
Likewise. My characterisation of my relationship with my ministers were they were open and positive, and on occasion there would be some disagreements or some concern from the minister at the time about actions of the department or non-actions and the like, or the quality of briefs, or on rare occasions, happily, where we had made a mistake or something of that sort. Yes, all of the cabinet ministers I dealt with, and in fact, whenever I dealt with the human service ministers during that period, were positive, and I had as much opportunity as I needed to talk to them.
Were there regular meetings scheduled in your diary between yourself and ministers?
There were certainly very regular meetings. They moved around quite a lot because of course, ministers would travel a lot and their parliamentary schedules would change. But yes, I had many meetings with ministers.
If we were interested to look for where the content of those meetings was documented, as opposed to having to rely on fading memories, given the passage of time, where would we look? For me personally, I kept a notebook where I recorded the most notable aspects of what we discussed. Generally, I would identify who was in the meetings I had with the minister. My notebook was used for many other purposes, which were personal in nature, kids' birthday presents, medical appointments, that sort of stuff. It was the device I used to just keep a record of what was significant that I needed to deal with. What about personal assistants, persons in secretary, that is, personal secretary roles to you? Did they attend meetings with the minister?
No. Typically it would be me, or me with my deputies, or potentially me with my deputies, and if we were doing something which was drilling in, the actual subject matter experts. It depended on ministers' preferences. Some ministers didn't like too many people to be in the meetings. Other ministers were understood that often the best advice you got was talking directly to the most expert.
A branch head or someone like that?
Branch head, sometimes a director, yeah.
Were notes taken in any way by anyone present on behalf of the minister?
If it was a significant meeting, yes, typically Chief of Staff or an advisor might take notes.
What about the department liaison officers in the minister's office? Would they attend these meetings?
Not often, no.
Were you ever provided as a regular occurrence, notes developed in the oral conversation between you and the minister about various topics?
On occasion, but no, not often.
Largely then, what occurs between yourself and ministers is dependent on human memory, it sounds.
No, I expect that anyone attending with me would take notes as well.
The difficulty is, of course, if there's no formal minutes developed, it's hard to identify who attends on any given occasion. I'm sure there would be electronic records of meetings and who was invited.
emails, that sort of thing. And certainly, as I said, my notes would identify who accompanied me for the meetings I had with ministers.
Who issued the electronic meeting invites?
It probably would happen several ways. There might be invites from the office itself directly to me and or others if they were requested. Potentially also within the department. If I had a meeting with the minister on a particular topic and I wanted someone to accompany with me, my executive assistant would have arranged for that to happen.
The notes that you've produced, we referred to those at the outset of your evidence, include notes in respect of a meeting, I think, on the 20th of or 22nd of January 2015.
That's right.
Do you have a copy there with you?
I do.
If you could take that out, please.
Just before we leave this document, can I just ask you about paragraph 17, the phrase steward of the APS? What's that mean?
So, Commissioner, secretaries were required under the Public Service Act to not only just manage their departments and serve the Minister of the day, but also to look after the well-being of the people of the public service under their control, and also invest in their capability and the capabilities of the organisation. For example, in maintaining strong policy skills, in ensuring that people had the right training and development to do their jobs, that people were developed for their career purposes. So it was something that all secretaries were required to do and were meant to do in combination with each other.
They're supposed to look after their staff and develop them.
Yes, that is a key part of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perhaps then, before we leave the document, rather than switching in and out of it, if we could go to paragraph 18, please. You identify your priorities as secretary during the period.
That's right.
The last of those is 18.11, supporting the then government's budget repair agenda. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, that was quite an enormous priority of the government in particular, and so obviously one of mine. But let me give you example because the two portfolios which were responsible probably for at least 50% of the expenditure of the Commonwealth, my department and the Health Department, were the biggest targets for finding savings in order to address the government's desire to reduce the deficit and to bring the budget into surplus. And so what this meant is that in 2014 budget, for example, I had 50 savings measures announced in that budget, which were, as people will recall, rather controversial. Many of them didn't pass the Senate. In 2015, I had another 47 announced in that budget. And what this means is, of course, that this requires enormous effort from the bureaucracy, because those close to 100 measures would have involved potentially hundreds of policy proposals being considered and developed and worked through with government to end up with those. So this was an enormous part of the role of my department and myself, and hence my comment in the previous paragraph that I was a frequent attender of the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet. At times it felt like I was there most of my life.
I understand. And you, related to this might be paragraph 26 of your statement, if we could just pull that out, please, to complete the topic. Sorry, 28. The first part of that is the relevant part. You're responsible for all advice relating to budget measures on debts and other matters handled by the department. That's a significant part, I think, of what you were just describing.
Well, as secretary,
Yes.
everything my department did, I was responsible for, and that includes what my department did around debt measures.
Yes. You identified that there was a lot of work done on policy proposals that ultimately didn't pass the Senate.
There was a lot of work done on policy proposals that didn't even get into the budget consideration.
Right. And why was that?
Well, there are a range of judgments made by government around these things. Often it would come down to whether or not they were realistic measures. There would be a political consideration as to whether or not these might be able to pass the Senate. It would be a consideration about the extent to which the savings attributed from the measure would be worth the political pain associated with them, because typically savings measures mean taking money away from someone, and that is, of course, generally not popular by the someone. I'm estimating in terms of the numbers of those which didn't get up and didn't go forward as new policy proposals in the budget process, but there were a large number, and governments had to make decisions about which ones they prioritised.
Do you recall in the calendar year 2015 and therefore the 15-16 budget measures announced in May that year that the government didn't have the balance of power in the Senate at that time?
Correct.
What's your recollection of the numbers?
So in 15, they were reliant on a lot of crossbenchers who were, I'm trying to find a delicate term, independent-minded and had different agendas to the government, and they needed a substantial subset of that group in order to get difficult legislation through.
And that would inform, as I understand it, some of those political considerations about what can be prioritised, what's worth prioritising in terms of likely outcomes.
I am sure that was taken into account. Certainly not by the bureaucracy.
Right. We were going back to the 22nd of January 2015. Before I ask you to take up your note, if we could have the document which puts it in context on the screen, and that is NTG-0055, Exhibit 1235C. This is more for your context, Mr. Pratt. Again, this is a notice to give a statement and produce documents addressed to the proper officer of the Department of Social Services. And if we go down to the schedule at the bottom of the document, and that be called that, thank you, there is a reference to the brief to the Minister, which is identified as a brief to the Minister for Social Services dated 12 February 2015. And the notice asks for particular details about persons and dates and times and directions related to the 12 February 2015 brief to the Minister. We go then to the response. It is Exhibit 1235 capital D. This was the statement produced in response, Mr. Pratt, and particularly if we could go to page 4 of the document in the bottom right corner, and down at the third last entry there's a date of 22 January 2015. where the event is described as a meeting between Serena Wilson, yourself, Mr. Pratt, and the Minister for Social Services. That gives you some context, and that, of course, was prepared for completeness according to the answer at the top of the page, using a previously described search methodology. The department has identified documents evidencing circumstances that led to the preparation of the brief to the Minister as set out below. And if I then go over to page 5, and I'd ask that questions 4 and 5 in the box and paragraphs 4, 5 and 6 be called out. Now, of course, Mr. Pratt, I'm aware that the 12 February brief post-dated your attendance on the 22nd of January, but I would just ask you a couple of questions about this. Question 5 asks, detail the procedures or those procedures, policies, processes or other arrangements referred to in the response to paragraph 4 above and produce copies of procedures, policies, processes or other arrangements. One of the particular aspects in the response is at paragraph 5 and 6, which describes a corporate services protocol with an effective date of 22 October 2014. Firstly, do you recall the existence of such a protocol?
No.
All right. It's described by the proper officer, or at least a portion of it in paragraph 6 by reference to paragraph 8.2.2 of the protocol, which provided that where relevant, the agency, which DHS, and the department, DSS, would inform and consult with each other on ministerial and parliamentary documents of mutual significance, and they include the matters set out there, part of which is minutes to ministers. So that's the bit that I wanted to highlight for your attention.
Mr. Gregory, can I check? It is confirmed that agency means the Department of Human Services?
I'm quite sure of it, but I will confirm that for you.
I am surprised that a corporate services protocol at that time would refer to the Department of Human Services as an agency.
Oh no, it may not be the protocol which refers to the Department of Human Services as an agency. It may well be defined terms in the notice issued by the Commission to distinguish between the two.
I see.
Yes. Yes, I'm correct. The next page of the notice, which I didn't take your attention to, defines agency to mean Services Australia and includes any predecessor agency or department. I think that was done at the request of some procedural clarity.
Understood.
In the development of notices. Thank you. But particularly, even if you can't now recall the protocol, it is not surprising, I suggest, that there would be some arrangement or understanding, whether formalised in protocol terms or not, that minutes to ministers by the Department of Human Services of relevance to the Department of Social Services would involve consultation between the two departments.
Yes, this is the culmination of a long agenda to try and get the Policy Department and the Service Delivery Department to coordinate where it is in the interests of government and our mutual interest, and this was covered by our bilateral management arrangement.
The bilateral management arrangement, at least one version of it, I think, was signed by yourself and Ms Campbell in October 2014.
At least one version of it signed by me over many years, yeah.
Yes. And that was the version, I think, which was in place as at January 2015, February 2015,
That's right.
in respect of the development of this new policy proposal. And is it the case that, of course, that this long history you describe of the need to work together in at least a consultative way reflected the inability to ultimately draw a clear line of delineation between the respective roles in some aspects?
No, that wasn't the objective. The objective was actually to try and ensure that we provided better policy and better service delivery and better support to the government of the day by ensuring that we work together rather than at counter purposes. There's a long history to this, Mr. Gregory, in terms of periods where policy departments, for example, might develop bright ideas and then land them on the service delivery department at very late notice, if at all. And when the perspective of the service delivery agency department could actually have significantly enhanced the quality of the policy and the policy advice going to government. This is, an outcome of that desire to bring the departments closer together on these matters.
You referred, of course, to the bilateral management agreement, and you refer to it in your statement, I understand. Not a legally enforceable document, but a document nonetheless that formalised the intention to closely work together on matters of mutual interest.
That's right. It was, in my view, a really good outcome in the sense that we had something which both secretaries would sign up to and which our senior staff understood was something that we were attempting to achieve, and therefore hopefully would guide them to do things consistent with the principles in the bilateral management arrangement. It may not be the most exciting read, and it is quite generic in terms of what's in it, but it is an important document in terms of our aspirations as secretaries.
And irrespective of whether it is the corporate services protocol or the bilateral management agreement processes which are identified or their purposes set out, the new policy proposal in respect of what became Robodebt was certainly something of policy significance to your department and delivery significance to the Department of Human Services.
Yes, I would agree with that, and I mean, with hindsight, of course, it was incredibly significant.
Yes. We've already heard evidence about some communication at various levels between the two departments. What do you recall of any discussions you had with Ms. Campbell about it?
As jogged by my notes, I certainly have a faint recollection of a conversation with Ms. Campbell about our approach to dealing with the Auditor General in relation to the scheme.
That was, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Pratt, but that was 2017?
That was 2017, that's
yes.
Right. I don't, other than that, recall conversations with Ms. Campbell about the debt and compliance policy, which became Robodebt. But we talked a lot. We talked regularly, and I am sure that it would have been mentioned in that time.
In terms of records which may exist of those regular interactions between yourself and Ms. Campbell, have you identified any?
Not through reviewing my notes, other than the Auditor General one. Ms. Campbell and I had regular phone conversations, and we had a regular telephone meeting which would have occurred every, 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall the frequency. I would have recorded significant things in my notebook that came out of that, but the majority of it would have been recorded on whatever briefing notes that were provided to me by people to as either background information about things that possibly Ms. Campbell might raise or action items they wanted me to pursue with Ms. Campbell. And I would pick and choose, no doubt Ms. Campbell did the same thing, as to which things we discussed. We typically, our discussions would revolve around things which were of joint interest to us, and so things like what's happening in Secretary's Board, right? Because the Secretary's Board, which is the group of all secretaries, Public Service Commissioner, would be looking at many cross-public service matters, and so we had shared interests in that. And there were sort of transformation programs in IT and in staffing and so forth, which all go to the heart of the stewardship issues I was talking about before, Commissioner. And then there would be the items which were of interest to us both in terms of the relationship between Human Services and DSS. NDIS ICT was a big one. NDIS. I remember we spent quite a bit of time on cashless debit card issues. Minister Tudge at that period in 17 was, he was sort of cross-referenced to me because he worked with me and my department on the cashless debit card and on elements of the welfare reform program of the government at that time. And Ms Campbell and her department were involved in staffing elements of the cashless debit card around the country. Redress scheme was another area of joint interest. There would have been many.
Having reviewed your notebook or notebooks for the first half of 2015, have you identified any note that you made of any conversation with Ms Campbell about the data cleansing or data matching policy proposal for 2015?
No, I haven't found anything of that sort.
Does that suggest that it wasn't of sufficient significance to note it, or that you didn't have those conversations? What's your take on?
Well, both. I may not have noted it because I didn't think it was of significance. And I'll stop there.
All right. We go then to your note of 22 January 15, which is identified by various searches to have occurred. Were you able to locate a note of a meeting between yourself and the then Minister for Social Services, Minister Morrison?
Yes, and that is what is now on the screen. One of many in that period.
Many meetings with the Minister?
Yes.
Right.
So, for context, Minister Morrison arrived as Minister for Social Services on the 23rd, 22nd maybe of December 2014, an early Christmas present if you would like, and he brought with him another responsibility for us, which was the suite of childcare programs formerly run by the Department of Education. And this was a major move of people and responsibilities. There was a Deputy Secretary, several FASs, First Assistant Secretaries, several hundred people who worked on this. And Minister Morrison had a big agenda in relation to childcare that he wished to have announced in the budget. And so I remember this vividly because, well, it's a significant area of policy responsibility which I had not been involved in for decades, or at least many, many years. And, well, it was another Christmas gift.
The note up on the screen contains the date 22 January 15, partway down.
Yes.
And I don't mean it all to be critical, Mr. Pratt, but I can't read all of it.
I'm surprised you can read any of it.
At the top of the page, it appears the initials KC are present. Is that Kathryn Campbell?
That is Kathryn Campbell.
And there is in the second line some notes of 20/1 and Serena.
Yes, C20/1 Serena. I went back and had a look at the 20th. The reference was to something about the Australian Federal Police and child support program.
Right. What's the reference to KC mean? Or what does it
So
indicate?
that is an annotation of something which came out of a discussion I had with Kathryn Campbell.
Right. An example of a note you might have made from a telephone call or a face-to-face conversation.
That's right, and it would have occurred on the 21st of January 15. The positioning of my 22 one indicates that's the start of that day.
The note goes over 2 pages that's been provided. Can you identify anything of broad relevance to what became the Robodebt scheme here? Perhaps it might be easier if I just get you to read the notes into the record.
I will do my best.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt.
My handwriting, particularly at moments like this, was even worse than normal. So, starting with Kerry, Min M office means I met someone by the name of Minister Morrison's, in Minister Morrison's office. Kerry, either a staffer, a receptionist, an advisor, a DLO, someone who I wanted to remember the name of for the next time I met them. So we have then Minister Morrison, WR is my abbreviation for welfare reform, etc. I will note I have no mention here of Serena Wilson attending that meeting, which doesn't mean that she didn't. It's possible I had papers on welfare reform, and potentially I might have even driven Ms Wilson up to the meeting with me, but it's interesting I did not mention her or an advisor, which always suggests to me that it was just me, but if there is other evidence that suggests Ms Wilson was there, then she was. So if I start with the crossed out asterisk there in the circle on the left,
Yes.
That is a sort of start of a point, something to the Prime Minister on measures before the Senate. Above it, it reads plus childcare integrity, welfare cop. I am now really casting back my memory, but I suspect that Minister Morrison was interested in having a welfare cop that operated across not only the social security system, but also the childcare program, because there were on occasion issues with childcare providers claiming things they shouldn't have.
I just pause you there. Do you recall subsequent media releases or announcements by Minister Morrison referring to a welfare cop on the beat?
The language is familiar, but no, I don't recall those media releases.
And from your note, is the word integrity related to childcare or more broadly welfare reform in the title, can you say?
That's a childcare integrity.
I see. Thank you.
So under the star, and by the way, my convention here is when I've crossed it out, I've done something in relation to that note. 10-year process, ABC, not sure what that refers to. I imagine various measures that were in some list of legislation that was before the Senate, which wasn't going anywhere. Index, very important, but part of PAC. FTB, pull in and part of childcare. I think Minister Morrison may have had an idea that FTB and childcare might in some way be merged. Part 2, something to do with childcare, part 2 in the budget. That looks to me like very progressed under 30s. This was the very contentious measure which proposed in 2040 for people under 30 to be required to look for work for an extended period before getting access to unemployment benefits. And then, my annotation over on the left-hand side, what not doing, potentially could mean that there was thinking about shelving that particular measure. Get more than 1 week, actuarial, DSP reform, double stars crossed out. That means it was very important. Can't read that word, formats maybe, but next time. All resources, how fits, unintelligible. McClure, so this refers to Patrick McClure, who was doing a major review of the welfare reform strategy of the government, which was about simplifying and streamlining the many income support payments. He was going to do a speech at the press club. IT, again, actuarial, conceptually support simplification, have a discussion. I think that means that the speech was to look at that.
Can I just pause there? My notes indicate that Minister Morrison spoke at the press club about the release of the McClure report on 25 February that year. Does that sound right to you?
It does,
yes. All right.
So it wasn't Patrick McClure then talking, it was the Minister. Next one, childcare. Yes, stakeholders, something support. Plus brief options, something to do with the Productivity Commission. I'm not sure what Lee refers to. Minister Morrison options. Minister Morrison came with a number of early proposals. Policy out before budget, integrity package before budget. AFP seconded on this example Angus Campbell, which I take to mean the process that General Campbell oversaw in relation to border integrity. Equivalent plus perspective. Next one to do with pension and index work on this. Indexing featured in a lot of measures as a potential savings. Something, New Start allowance, proposed options. Next one, Commonwealth rent assistance and link to housing. Following one, carers payment, working age payment. This goes back to the McClure side of things. Sorry, I can't read that. Some part of response. Over the page, 5 years, then tiered down or tied down option. Frank advice, upwards to a tactical, what can be something first, okay, if ambitious position. Then the downward dash policy, can't afford parents' experiences. I'm sorry, I can't get that bit. We then move to DSP, disability support payment, costings on transition, and I think it means show this separately. Next one, family house. And a connection with superannuation. If bring in, then treat differently. So in other words, the super rules would be relaxed in order to have the family house potentially covered in some way. Incentives for consumer to find own retirement by dipping into equity in family house. Anglicans, retirement, Woolaware Shores. Yeah, not sure. Medical nearby. Prime Minister, Press Club, Tutu. Question Minister Morrison. I wonder whether it meant whether he was attending or contributing something. Next one, RC. That would refer, I believe, to a Deputy Secretary at the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet at that time, Rebecca Cross. If release Productivity Commission report, I believe, 17.3, then Cabinet discussion. DDS would be one of my FASs, David De Silva, 9.3, 9th of March, obviously, final 4.3. If early, yeah, no idea.
The balance of the note, sorry to cut you off, but the balance of the note, I gather, relates to the question of childcare and broader discussions between yourself and the Minister.
And by the looks of it, Ms Cross from PMNC.
Yes. And that's the completion of the note of the meeting.
That's right.
Was that the first meeting that you had with Minister Morrison?
Oh, no. Don't know.
So he started Christmas Eve or a few days before Christmas. How many meetings would you... How many times?
I haven't counted them up, but other than Christmas Day, possibly all of them, or most of them.
Most days?
Yes. So now, a lot of the meetings were meetings conducted by video from his electorate office or the Sydney office. Towards January, I suspect more of them were in person.
Right. And did that pattern of daily or almost daily meetings continue throughout his time?
It tailed off a bit, but they were quite frequent.
It's a little before 11:30. Is that a convenient time?
Yes, it is. We will come back at 22. Thanks.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 11:40. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, I ask that Exhibit 65, DSS.5031.0001.0108 be produced on the screen. Mr. Pratt, just by way of background, this is an email trail to which you were not a party, but you are mentioned in it. The email, if we go to page 2, is from Andrew Whitecross, described as an acting group manager, social security policy. Do you recall Mr. Whitecross?
I do.
I gather he was relatively senior in the department?
At that stage, he was. He was an assistant secretary. At this occasion, obviously, he was acting as group manager or first assistant secretary, so a senior executive.
And his email is Friday, 16 January 2015 to Ms Wilson, copied to Mr Joyce. Do you recall Mr Joyce?
Yes.
And he was relatively senior as well, I think, acting in Mr Whitecross' role at this
I don't
particular
recall
point.
that, but that would be quite possible.
And Ms Wilson was a deputy secretary level within the department.
That's right.
In terms of your relationship with her, what did you delegate to her? What did she traditionally inform you of? How did the professional relationship work?
Okay, so at that time I had 6 deputy secretaries. Ms Wilson was the deputy secretary who was responsible for the social security system, the welfare system. She had a long history in the social security portfolio and was deeply expert in social security matters. So I relied on Ms Wilson for, and the people who worked to her for virtually all of my advice on social security matters. Social security legislation and policy is quite complex, and so one learns quickly to depend on those people who have been in those roles for long periods, and Ms Wilson was an excellent example of one of those.
Yes. The email trail addresses a request which appears to be made by Ms Wilson, perhaps to Mr Whitecross, on a DHS proposal for raising social security debts based on smooth income. And the proposal is set out in the paragraph below, which was said to be something identified or proposed in late 2014, and it represented a changed approach to identifying and raising debts for employment income. And the proposal involved the assumption that under-declared or incorrectly declared employment income identified by DHS through data matching with the ATO was earned evenly or smoothed across a financial year, which was said to be very different to the current approach. Firstly, do you recall anything about the proposal prior to this point in time?
I certainly don't recall anything to do with the proposal.
Is it?
I don't recall any, in fact, don't even recall knowing what income smoothing was at that time.
Right. Was there a point in time at which you became aware of the concept of income smoothing or income averaging?
It would have been sometime in 2017.
And was that as a result of the Ombudsman's inquiry?
Possibly, yeah.
Do you recall now whether you sought any advice about the concept of income smoothing or were aware of criticisms about it?
No.
Is it one of those matters that you left in the safe hands of Ms Wilson?
Well, virtually everything to do with the social security system I left in the safe hands of Ms Wilson, yeah.
There is a...
Sorry, just to qualify that. That
Yes.
doesn't mean, of course, that I wasn't heavily engaged in things like the savings measures that we've talked about, the welfare reforms agenda of the government, in terms of attending ERC to run through possible changes to the social security system, all of those things, but that would have been heavily advised by Ms Wilson and her colleagues.
Yes. The proposal, appreciating that you have no recollection of any knowledge of it at the time, identifies various DSS concerns with the DHS proposal, which criticises the proposal on a number of levels. Having the opportunity to briefly peruse that now, particularly with the benefit of hindsight, it's the sort of thing that you might expect would be raised with you by Ms Wilson, given that it was a DHS proposal which didn't appear to be supported by DSS.
Yes, I think that is right, and frankly, the advice is excellent advice.
Commissioner, at the risk of upsetting my instructors, I propose to tender what is currently identified as CDH.0031.002.001. On the list handed to the Commission this morning, it is under the documents for Ms Campbell as 1238. Can I tender that document as number 1238, although that will, on the assumption it will leave a gap for 1236 and 1237?
Sorry, you just want to tender a document a bit ahead of time?
Yes, 1238.
I don't see a problem with that, and you will get to 1236 and 1237 in due course.
I will.
1238, the Minister brief of 18th of August 2020.
And if I could have, it's already there.
Commissioner, could I just ask a question in respect to that document? In the list, it is identified as 18 August 2020, but the one that I am looking on screen is signed by the Minister for Social Services on 20 February 2015.
Yes, the exhibit list is inaccurate in that respect. It is intended to be the document which is on the screen.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Pratt, the form of the document on the screen before you is a form I expect you are very familiar with.
I don't recall that format from when I was at Human Services.
This is
It is, the nature of the document is a familiar one, yes.
yes, an executive minute to a minister from a department about a relevant topic.
In the Department of Social Services, that would be a brief.
Described as a brief. This is addressed to the Minister for Social Services for action and the Minister for Human Services for information. Is the concept of an executive minute or a brief across which has relevance to multiple ministers a concept you're familiar with?
Yes.
And in circumstances where there is such a document sent to the attention of two ministers, would you expect that the secretaries of both departments would be copied into the minute?
Not necessarily. I explained that in my dealings with the then Minister for Human Services in 2017, Minister Tudge, I was working with him on welfare reform matters, and a brief to him and to Minister Porter would not have involved Miss Campbell, so no. I mean, that is a matter to be determined by the author of the brief.
The protocol which was referred to earlier included the consultation or information or provision of relevant documents, including a minister's brief between both the Department of Social Services and Human Services. The terms of paragraph 8.2.2, as it was described by the responsible officer of DSS in response to NDG 0055, suggests that it would apply to a document such as this?
Yes, in fact it would apply to any document which is of relevance to both departments.
Yes. The signature of the Minister for Social Services appears with the date 20 February 15, and it has a stamp on it received 12 February 2015 DHS-DLO. Is that information you're familiar with, what the stamp means?
I interpret it as meaning that the DLO has identified when it was received in the Minister's office. Yeah.
And DLO is Department Liaison Officer?
That's right.
And what role do they perform in the Minister's office?
A very important role. They are people outposted from the department who are the interface between the operation of the office and the department, and they're not political, they're not advisors, they are there to administer and ensure that material goes back and forth between the department and the Minister's office in a coherent and coordinated way, and they have a less official role as a trusted source of assistance to both the office and the department. And my expectation with DLOs is they would always ensure that if something was brewing in one area or the other, that they might gently inform the other.
I see. During my involvement with the Commission, I've heard the phrase deep policy knowledge. Is that a phrase that you're aware of?
Deep policy knowledge?
Yes.
Well, I know what it means, yes.
And is that something you would expect a DLO to have?
No, not necessarily. Certainly the skills that you would expect from a DLO, they may have deep policy knowledge in a particular area, but typically a DLO would be at a level where they are not likely to be used as a policy expert by the Minister's office, for example.
I see. If you were provided, or your office was provided with a copy of this minute, I assume there would be a record of that?
Yes.
And what was the process by which the exchange of documents of this type was recorded? That is, the exchange between your office and Ms. Campbell's office?
I expect it would have gone through the areas in both departments which are in liaison about briefing matters, ministerials, those sorts of things. I mean, potentially such a thing could be hand-delivered or sent electronically as well. That would often be the case.
So there might be a register or there might be emails which record its transmission.
That sort of thing, yeah.
The distribution list in the top right corner includes Secretary and Mark Withnall. Do I correctly understand the Secretary there to be the Secretary of the department who was the author of the executive minute?
That's my interpretation.
Yes. That is Ms Campbell, not you.
That's right.
Yes. And if we go down to recommendations, there is a particular format at the start of the document which are recommendations contained from the contents of the minute, which the minister can adopt, that is agree with, or not adopt, that is disagree with, and indicate that by marking up the document.
That's right.
When a brief was sent in your experience from your department to the minister, did it have a similar type of...
Yes. So the brief would be for signature, for information, for action, for approval, that sort of thing, yeah.
And it was expected that the minister themselves would mark the document up according
That's right.
to their own interest, and it would be presented to them
Yeah.
without markup by a DLO or an advisor.
That's the expectation. On occasion, it might have the Chief of Staff or an advisor noted on behalf of the Minister or discussed with the Minister, that sort of thing.
Yes.
But typically the expectation is that the Minister, that he or she responds directly.
I appreciate that you don't have any recollection of the document.
To my knowledge, I have not seen this document. To my recollection. But
Yes. And I understand that in the course of your searches of your diaries in January and February 2015, you find no reference to an executive minute from DHS to Minister Morrison.
nothing.
Nothing. The minute identifies, as by way of introduction under the heading Key Points, paragraph 1, a meeting with the department's secretary. That suggests a meeting between Minister Morrison and Ms Campbell. Is that how you would read that?
Yes.
The date's not identified, but it continues. The department was asked to prepare a brief outlining the department's current approach to protecting the integrity of the welfare system, outlays and options for strengthening these arrangements, in particular those associated with fraud. From your daily or almost daily meetings with Minister Morrison, was that a theme which emerged?
Certainly it was in relation to childcare, as we saw from my notes. Certainly, generally, I expect that Minister Morrison would have had an interest in any area which might reduce outlays on the social security system. I don't recall him discussing debt or compliance measures with me, but that's nearly 8 years ago, so I've little chance of that.
Yes. The options which are identified in the next heading for strengthening integrity and compliance appear to fall into a couple of categories. Thank you. There is a reference in the second line of paragraph 2 to a clean-up of existing pools of incorrect payments, and those opportunities are detailed in attachment A and summarised below. Paragraph 3 refers to the grouping of those options into two primary activities with a range of supporting proposals. Operation 1, that is XX1, was the creation of a task force to aggressively target fraud and non-compliance, and it continues. And Operation 2 was a systematic clean-up of existing error and low-level non-compliance. If we go to paragraph 4, it asks that it be pulled out. There is a reference there to the fact that both concepts could be undertaken under existing arrangements but would be significantly strengthened if the suggested policy and legislative changes were adopted. And some elaboration is provided there. In terms of policy and legislative changes, that was, as I understand your evidence, the responsibility of DSS insofar as it related to the administration of any such proposal. Sorry, I'll put that in the reverse. If the administration of a proposal required policy and legislative changes, then that was a matter for your department.
With the exception of service delivery policy.
Yes.
Yep.
Paragraph 9 refers to the department having consulted DSS on the options discussed in attachment A. We'll come to those shortly, but from the email that you just saw and noted the DSS policy and legal position on a DHS proposal, that is what is understood there. We can see that this document has some underlining on it. DSS has advised that some of the proposals may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation and would need to be assessed as to their consistency with the policy directions being pursued for all payments under the welfare reform and the government's commitment to reduce regulatory burden. To your recollection, irrespective of who underlined that aspect of the document, you don't recall, as part of any policy proposals, that is your involvement in budget measures, analysis, costings of proposals, that there was any policy or legislative reform undertaken by DSS for the 2015-2016 budget?
I don't have that recollection. I don't know.
Yes, all right. Paragraph 11 recommends that the department continues working with DSS to undertake the above analysis and develop a package of policy and legislative changes for you to take forward. If we go then to page ending 0005, sorry, 0004, and this is for your information, of course, Mr. Pratt, you can see that the document's signed by Melissa Golightly, 12 February 2015, as a Deputy Secretary of a group which is within the Department of Human Services.
Yep.
Did you know Ms. Golightly?
I did.
In the previous email, there's a reference to Ms. Wilson letting Melissa know and telling yourself. Again, from your experience, you would expect that consultation between deputy secretaries would occur on matters such as the topic of what is happening in, or what is described in this executive.
In the context of that email, I certainly would expect that Serena would have talked to Melissa about the concerns that DSS had about the proposal covered by that email.
Yes. If I go to page 0005, please, you can see some highlightings being added to the document under regulatory impacts and sensitivity. These concept of subheadings, that is financial impacts, regulatory impacts, sensitivity, this is information which would be routinely provided by a department on an executive minute or a briefing to a minister?
Yes, in different formats. For example, this one appears to be quite relevant to some of the things which are needed for cabinet documents. But Then again, a good brief will cover all of those things: financial impacts, regulatory impacts, and sensitivities. Yeah.
Yes. If page 0010 could be displayed. Mr. Pratt, what's contained on this page, as the title conveys, is the description of the systematic cleanup of existing error and non-compliance, Operation 2, as it was referred to on the first page. Thank you. Paragraph 7 reads, increased use of employment income matching. Now, there are a series of dot points there, and we might just run through those briefly. The proposal will introduce a new approach to reconciling information declared to us by the customer with information from the ATO that indicates the customer may have incorrectly declared income from employment. Now, as you said, I think from your experience in Centrelink, in approximately 2009, you were first introduced to the concept of data matching at that point, albeit on a very small scale.
That's right.
Yes. This suggests a new approach to reconciling the information. The second paragraph builds on that, the second dot point, and puts some numbers, that is, some context to it. Do you recall in any of your conversations with Minister Morrison at about this time, that is the first half of 2015, discussions about the PAYG clean-up, potential debt recovery, the significant volume of potential customers with incorrect payments, estimates of overpayment in the order of $1 billion, those sorts of topics?
No.
Dot point 3, if that could be called out, appears to describe the new approach. That is, the customer will be presented via their online account with the information obtained from the ATO, the amount they declared to us, that is DHS, and an assessment of their correct welfare entitlement based on the information. They have the opportunity to update it, and the approach puts the customer, obligation on the customer to ensure the record is correct by providing evidence. Certainly from your experience in Centrelink and as Secretary at DHS, that is a new approach to the creation of debts and compliance.
From what was described to me at Centrelink, yes.
Yes. Dot point 4 continues. The proposal uses information which we already received from the ATO as part of our normal data matching processes and does not involve any additional demands on the ATO. Can I just pause there? One of the acts in the list of 50 or more pieces of legislation we identified at the start of your evidence was the Data Matching Program Act. Do you recall any discussion in the first half of 2015 about the application of that act to any proposals relating to policy or legislation?
No. In fact, in my entire time at Social Services, I don't believe I had anything to do with the Data Matching Act.
As the proposal is described, the ATO data would be used as the trusted source and removes the need for the department to be dependent on customer and business information. Still provides the customer the opportunity to provide evidence and correct calculations if they choose, but the digital process and relying on the ATO data as the primary evidence rather than just a trigger will enable the department to undertake a much greater number of compliance reviews than is currently the case. Again, coming more broadly to the concept of budget measures in 2015 or new policy proposals, your involvement in the development of those. Do you recall proposals surrounding increased savings measures which fell under the DHS umbrella?
I don't recall them.
But undoubtedly you would have been involved in them in the manner you describe in your statement.
Well, not necessarily. If DHS was proposing something of that sort, I would expect that they would deal with my department, but not necessarily with me.
Right. The description provided in the 16-17 annual report, which I took you to, described debt compliance measures and recoveries of significant savings, significant identification of debts and the like.
Yep.
At least in 16-17, at the time that report was prepared and signed by you, you were familiar with the concept of income smoothing.
I think so, yeah.
And you understood that the process by which those savings were achieved was similar to the process described in this document.
That's a big step, Mr. Gregory. I don't know that at all.
And when you said in your report, that is the annual report, that the savings and recovery of debts of the magnitude described in that report was done with some degree of oversight by your department, you're saying you didn't have any awareness of the means by which that was carried out?
To the extent that I focused on that part of the annual report at that time, what is said there would be intuitively right, that this would be something that we would have been doing with DHS around this space. Clearly, all of the work in that area has to be done by DHS on our behalf in terms of the policies and what the legislation requires. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but
That's okay.
I mean, it strikes me as what was in the annual report was certainly correct.
Yes. But the level of information you had about how that was being done was limited.
I doubt it was something I focused on.
The next dot point refers to some more specifics. There's a proposal that will provide for a 4-year measure to undertake approximately 860,000 interventions, resulting in 1.2 billion in gross savings. Estimates which needed to be agreed with DSS. Those are similar sort of figures to what was included in your annual report for the 16-17 year.
Yes.
There is a reference in the next dot point to the introduction of single-touch payroll, but in the second half, the PAYG clean-up, which is this proposal, addresses historical non-compliance and does not cross over with data and assumptions used to calculate estimated savings, which must be a reference to what happens when STP is introduced.
I'm not sure what that's saying.
All right. Do you, going through this, are you developing any recollection of reviewing a budget measure like this or a new policy proposal like this with these sorts of figures?
No.
The final paragraph says something which appears to be directly relevant to your department. There may need to be a change of policy to enable the use of ATO data in this way. DSS has also advised that legislative change would be needed to implement this initiative. As a result, we've been working with DSS on developing this proposal and will continue to do so. Now, does that convey to you that someone in DSS advised someone in DHS that legislative change would be needed to implement this proposal.
Yes.
And having viewed the previous email from Ms Wilson with its reference to telling Melissa and informing yourself, and the contents set out, which you identified as being sound, there appears to be a relationship between what was described in that proposal and this paragraph here.
There does seem to be a relationship. The extent to which it is the same thing, I don't know.
Yes. But you would expect, I take it from, and I'm asking this based on your many years' experience at the high level that you had, that it would be necessary to inform a minister if a proposal required policy or legislative change. You wouldn't conceal that from a minister in any way.
No.
It would be completely inconsistent with the obligations on a public servant.
Correct.
Which I think are given statutory description in the Australian Public Service Act. That is the Public Service Act.
Irrespective, just simply good practice requires that you would advise of policy change and legislative change needed to enact a major proposal. It can't happen without the legislation, so it's going to have to be put to government as part of it.
Yes. And going back to what you described earlier, where a range of policy proposals can be prepared in anticipation of potential inclusion as budget measures, a government needs to go through a sifting or analysis process about what they realistically achieve with the political capital they have and a range of other considerations, and this would be one of them.
Yes, anything requiring legislative change would have been looked at in terms of likelihood of getting through the Senate.
Yes. From your knowledge at the time, this proposal, that is your knowledge of the Senate at the time, your conversation with Minister Morrison, sorry, I withdraw that. From your knowledge of, I think you described them as zombies, but legislation which hadn't got there because of the difficulties in passing legislation through the Senate.
Yes.
It would appear most unlikely, based on the content of this particular proposal, including the reference to legislative and policy change required to get it off the ground, that it would have been taken up for a 15-16 budget.
Not necessarily. If the proposal was sufficiently well described and actually was anticipated to result in the objective of ensuring that the integrity of the payment system was maintained and in fact enhanced in some fashion, it's not impossible that the Senate might have passed such a thing. Now, I cannot speak for the opposition, but the opposition also has always had an interest in appropriate integrity measures in the social security system. I mean, it's simply a matter of ensuring that, that people are paid the right amount and that people are not overpaid for whatever reasons where possible, to ensure that the most resources available are directed to those who most need it.
Where a feature of policy change and legislative change would be needed, you would expect that you or those within your department would be consulted by the Minister after receiving a document conveying that.
Maybe, not necessarily. I mean, if it depends on the Minister and his or her connection with in this case, the relative, the Secretary who's providing the advice. I mean, it's possible that Minister Morrison may have thought, well, Ms Campbell knows what she's on about, or at least Ms Golightly as the author of this, and that whatever consultation is needed would be done behind the scenes with DSS. Having said that, I mean, it obviously makes sense that the actual department involved is also consulted in some fashion.
Particularly given, as you say, that the administrative arrangements orders squarely place policy and legislative matters for relevant acts in your department's purview.
Yes, well, that is right. In the context of the period, of course, typical with these things, everything was moving very, very quickly. A budget process is endlessly like this. Things are iterated back and forth, that sort of thing. It's possible that that gets neglected, the proper practice. But to your main point, yes.
Are there circumstances, based on your experience, where you can envisage that a proposal which is identified by your department and accepted by Ms Campbell's department as requiring legislative and policy change prior to implementation could actually make it into a budget without policy change and legislative change and be administered by a department?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to run that one by me again, Mr Gregory.
Are there any circumstances in which you can envisage that a proposal in the terms of this last dot point could make it into a budget and be administered by DHS without policy change or legislative change?
Well, not without legislative change. If that is the assessment that this needed legislative change, then clearly it can't. Could it get by without policy change? Well, conceivably, the policy then would be, the actual service delivery policy would be in conflict with the actual policy, but that in itself is
Not fatal.
That's right.
Yes. If we jump forward then to 2019, I appreciate you were no longer the Secretary of the Department, but were you aware of challenges in the Federal Court to the validity of the raising and recovery of debts under what was the Robodebt scheme?
About the only thing that sort of forced its way through the endless environmental deterioration, climate change and energy dysfunction issues that I was dealing with was the Justice Murphy's ruling.
That's the one in the class action.
What got my attention was stuff up versus conspiracy. That one.
Right.
So was that 2019 or?
Yes, I think it was.
So it would have been 2019.
Maybe 2019, early 2020. What was your take on Justice Murphy's reference there to stuff up versus conspiracy?
Well, I read it in the last month, naturally preparing for this. I do remember the media report, and well, I thought his analysis with respect to His Honour was spot on.
Well, which was it then?
Commissioner, in my experience in the public service, it is almost always a stuff-up. I cannot think of any examples where a conspiracy has been concocted by people to do something deliberately.
Okay, what about conspiracy to conceal stuff up?
Sometimes bureaucracies can be pretty good at trying to minimise the damage from adverse reports in the media or in Senate estimates, that sort of thing. But ultimately, when it gets to Senate estimates, for example, then it is actually clearly a requirement for the bureaucracy to answer the question and to give the right information. Generally, by the time it's got to that level, this is an issue which is being then debated in the Parliament, and it is often ministers who end up dealing with that sort of issue.
Thank you.
Returning then to paragraph 7 and the final dot point, again based on your experience, if the central part of this proposal said to require legislative change, that is the treatment of ATO data as the trusted source and the removal of the need for the department to be dependent on customer and business information, albeit with the opportunity provided to the customer to correct or not, according to their choice, what they are presented with, as one which requires legislative change, assuming from your experience that that was a budget measure introduced in 2015-2016 and implemented and administered without legislative change and without policy change, from particularly on a large scale from 1 July 2016 through to 30 June 2017, does that change your view about whether there was a stuff-up or a deliberate progression of matters without?
Mr. Gregory, two things occur to me here. One is, this is February 2012. Between then and the budget, it is conceivable that there were further changes made to the proposal in order to potentially change the need for legislation.
Yes.
In the event that there weren't, it is hard to see how that could then be implemented without the legislative change.
Yes. Assume that it was. How could that happen, based on your experience?
I really don't know how that could happen. Should not happen.
Having flagged the significance of legislative change and policy change in the terms identified here, you would expect, and the flagging earlier in the document of the ongoing consultation between DHS and DSS, you would expect to see some clear email trail or documentary process which identifies those changes to the proposal so that it doesn't require legislative change.
You would expect that there would be a process which determines a different way to do it, and potentially that would then go back to the Minister and back into the submission to Cabinet when it eventually went to Cabinet.
Yes. And knowing now that Ms Wilson had requested advice, and that appeared to be both legal and policy advice, you would expect that on a revised proposal to see whether it did or did not require legislative change, there'd be some advice of a similar fashion addressing the modified proposal, if any.
Well, I would expect there would be dialogue about how such change would happen.
Yes.
And the resulting proposal that goes to the budget would reflect that in some fashion.
Before I leave this general topic, I just wanted to raise some matters with you, primarily for your comment, the moment I find them. What do you say to the suggestion that the responsibility for advising on the legality of the proposal in that brief was with the Department of Social Services under the administrative arrangement orders?
I would expect that would sit with the Department of Social Services.
In circumstances where that was the context, that the information provided to the Minister by DHS indicated that advice had been given, legal advice had been given to DHS, and indicated that DHS, the effect of that was the need for policy and legislative change. In terms of the relationship between the two departments you identified earlier, does that broad statement always apply? That is, the broad statement that the responsibility for advising on the legality of the system was with DSS?
To the extent that it related to the overarching policy and legislation, yes. To the extent that it related to changes within the service delivery policy of human services, potentially not. But that's a sort of at an abstract level.
From what you've seen in the last two documents, what's the responsibility of DHS when it receives advice that legislative change and policy change is required in order to implement its proposal?
It needs to propose or get policy and legislative change.
And how, in a practical sense, is that done?
Well, by developing something which, either by redeveloping the proposal or at the absence of that, seeking DSS's assistance to make the necessary policy and legislative changes.
Can I just ask about the legislative change that would have been needed to legitimise Robodebt? It would have required a complete recasting of the basis of entitlement for income support recipients, wouldn't it?
As I understand it, yes, it would have.
And if you were going to recoup all the money that they had in sight from 2010-11 onwards, they would have had to retrospectively change people's entitlement.
I will defer to your assessment there, Commissioner.
Well, if you're going to say you're not entitled to social security payments on a fortnightly basis, or on the basis of your income,
I don't believe you
taken
can do that,
fortnightly.
Commissioner. I don't.
If you're going to say we're going to look at your annual income divided by 26, and if you're going to recoup from people who got social security years ago, you're going to have to do that retrospectively and say, we said at the time you're entitled on this basis, but now we've changed that.
I defer to your greater understanding of this, Commissioner.
It's not.
I mean, I agree. I agree, but I'm not a lawyer. I cannot see how you can retrospectively remove entitlements from someone constitutionally, but
Yeah, you've got a good point there too. Not being a lawyer, you're quite right. Thanks, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I go down into the day-to-day requirements of legislative change? You said that DHS would require DSS assistance to achieve that. What's the process?
It would involve the policy areas in DSS and the areas which look after legislation and the actual processes for getting those changes considered and put through the various central bodies which look at this, the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, the consultation with the Attorney General's Department, Australian Government Solicitor potentially, all of those sorts of things would have to happen.
the ordinary layers of checks and reviews on draft amendments to legislation would have to go through and then ultimately get to the point.
And potentially consultation on those proposed changes before they were actually introduced to the Senate, that sort of, to the Parliament, in fact.
To the House. Seeing what you saw there about the point of sensitivity in the context of the need for consultation, that's another potential point at which legislative change becomes sticky for a government.
Yes, although by going through a process where governments actually consult heavily with affected stakeholders and the like, it increases significantly the likelihood of legislation getting through.
All of this takes time, of course.
That's right.
And considerable resources in terms of people and experience.
That's right.
Have you been involved in your capacity as Secretary in developing legislative change with DHS? Or were you involved in any occasion you can recall?
Certainly as Secretary of FAXIA, not with DHS so much, but with the, in relation to the NDIS processes of that sort, certainly in my time in workplace relations. Again, yes. I'm trying to think of an example with human services when I was at DSS. It's nothing's leaping to mind. There must have been, seeing at all the measures that that went through in 14 and 15. Some of them actually passed, but yeah.
Having regard to the timing here, this is an executive minute signed by the Minister on 20 February 15. Budget measures have to be included in approximately May of the same year. Where does the process of legislative change arrive at by May, or needs to arrive at to implement the measure?
Well, clearly the government in the budget will be flagging what it intends to do, subject to legislation, and so then the legislative process would start. It potentially could, the proposal could actually suggest that it's going to apply from the beginning of the 2016-17 financial year. Actually, let me correct that, the 15-16 financial year, even though it would take some time to go through all of those processes to have it started at 1 July 2015.
So the options are moving quickly with sufficient expedition to get to legislative change by the time of the announcement of the budget measure, or alternatively the announcement of the budget measure with the condition that it requires legislative change.
Could you run that first part by me again?
The two options for the implementation of the measure are either that things move quickly and the legislative change is achieved by the time the measure is announced as the budget, as part of the budget.
As in starting in 1 July 15?
That's right.
That would be impossible.
Impossible. That's what I'm getting at. In a practical sense, assuming that nothing changed in...
Can I caveat? If it was a national emergency or something like that, potentially, a potentially controversial measure of this sort, no.
And in all of your experience at your level, you've never seen something with the potential controversy which is identified in this document and the need for legislative change get put through in a period of 3 months for announcement in a budget to be implemented 1 June.
In the social security space, no, I have not seen that. I have seen that in other spaces where the government has also controlled the Senate.
I see. And that wasn't the situation?
That wasn't the situation here.
And so subject to the matter being a matter of sufficient bipartisan interest, a national emergency, there was zero prospect that legislative change could be achieved for implementation on 1 July. In your experience?
In my experience,
Yes.
so close to zero as to not matter.
Yes. The question then becomes, based on your experience, assuming the measure with its critical features did make it to the budget, there must have been a caveat about the need for legislative change at some point.
Well, that would have been clear, yeah.
It would have been clear in terms of the announcements or the terms in which the measure was drafted.
In terms of the approval by Cabinet.
I see. Throughout 2016, that's the period you refer to in your annual report, 16-17, was your attention drawn in any way to questions about the lawfulness of the scheme?
Not to my recollection. That doesn't mean to say that there wouldn't have been that sort of discussion had with me, but I don't recall it.
From your involvement or awareness of the Ombudsman's investigation in early 2017, do you recall the references in the report to the concept of income averaging or income smoothing?
I'm aware of them now. At the time, I suspect I gave relatively little attention to the Ombudsman's report, not out of a lack of interest, simply because of from DSS's point of view, and I don't wish to diminish the significance of obviously what happened with the Robodebt program and the tragic consequences of it. I seriously do not. But in terms of my then context, I would have looked at the Ombudsman report and looked at the implications for DSS, and my recollection is, and what I have since seen is, it was pretty innocuous from the DSS point of view, what the Ombudsman said.
In terms of statements made by Minister Porter or Minister Tudge in early 2017...
Minister Porter, yeah, right, okay.
Yes, I've moved now to 2017, yep. Yes. In the context of public statements by those ministers about the scheme, did you have any involvement in briefings for Minister Porter?
Not to my recollection. It is entirely possible that I would have discussed it with Minister Porter and or Minister Tudge during that period, but I would have had very little expertise to contribute from the point of view of as Social Services Secretary.
And to the extent that you might have had discussions with either Minister Porter or Minister Tudge, would that largely then be based on briefings you were given in your department?
Yes, particularly after a few weeks into January. Yes, that's right.
Have you identified any such briefings in your searches? Was it beyond the scope of your searches?
In terms of the material I have seen from the searches I have done in relation to this commission, I in fact attached a set of dot points which were provided to me for a possible meeting with Ms. Campbell. And a variant of them about a week later was provided to me, and I seem to recall from the email trail at the Minister's office when I went there on the 30th of January. And these dot points were background information running through the various components of the what became known as Robodebt scheme. In terms of the meeting with Ms. Campbell, my records suggest that it didn't happen on the 23rd. There was a reference to a telephone call with Ms Campbell on the 24th, where we had obviously a discussion about the Auditor General's report. And then my records of the meeting I had with Minister Porter on the 30th of January suggest that there was no discussion around the Robodebt scheme. In fact, I suspect this might be one of my follow-up documents.
Yes.
Yes, the 30th of January 17. Now, that's not to say that there wouldn't have been a discussion, it just didn't make it into my beautifully written notes. Something notable if it did happen.
And for the record, you're about to refer to Exhibit 1235 as a diary entry 30 January 2017.
I don't have a number, but that one.
Thank you. If Exhibit 1235 could be placed on the visualiser, please.
With your indulgence, Mr Gregory, does this become publicly available?
Yes, it's about to be placed on the screen. If that could just be held for a moment. You have a...
No, this is just vanity. There's nothing that is cabinet in confidence related here. I'm just not sure I want the world to see the lack of quality of my handwriting.
Oh, I see.
My apologies.
Well, it'll be good if that's all you've got to worry about, Mr Pratt.
Again, would you take us through your handwritten note, please?
Okay, 30th of January 2017, a meeting between, I think, just me and Minister Porter and his Chief of Staff, identified as CG. The first issue is relatively legible, an omnibus savings bill, so this would have been a bill being considered in 2017. All leftovers in it. My EFO for the first day of Parliament, so very late my EFO that year. Thursday, Friday, Xenophon Adelaide, question whether it's a video link. Paid parental leave at 20 weeks, so clearly the government was still looking at possible changes to it and the extent of time when paid parental leave was paid. So, possible. Next dot point is roadmap. I'm not positive what this is, but I think it was a cross-government process for identifying further savings measures and I assume PBS portfolio budget submission, comeback, especially X, whatever that is. Next one, welfare reform. We were still persisting with many different options for welfare reform, streamlining of various payments. So I think that is a reference to New Start and parenting payment. Roll in little bits, so there would have been small payments under those which would have were looking to be rationalised. I'm not sure what the next one refers to. So rate to involve, no, rate, something maybe volume. In New Zealand, there was a New Zealand version of this which Minister Porter was interested in. Uplift for New Start only, if nothing else, or i.e. nothing else. Something Minister's Office record is good. Students, X next to it probably suggests not happening. We need to push a disability payment, still disability support payment. 2-minute current allowance and nomenclature. More people in the current payment. tidy up rates, sub-rate for DSP going to New Start allowance, so there were a group of people who potentially had relatively less extreme disabilities who might have qualified for a higher rate of the New Start allowance. Do New Zealand parenting payment as much as possible. Next line. Commonwealth rental assistance, something against maybe politics, rural/urban. Question control. Yep, not sure. Next one, AT Wednesday. Serena Wilson, exclamation mark, referring to, I think, something which would have been welcome, which was that the whatever changes would be considered to FTBB, probably a bit marginal, too hard. And the last reference is an obscure one to the NDIS. The initials there were my deputy looking after the NDIS and something to do with something upcoming in Western Australia.
Sorry, what was the reference to AT Wednesday, Serena Wilson?
So, by the looks of it, it is to do with. I was telling myself I needed to mention to Serena that something was happening with Minister Tudge on Wednesday, and I think the likely culmination of that would have been that FTBB change, Family Tax Benefit Part B change, was probably not going to happen because it was too hard.
Okay. Now, at least by this point, you were aware of the Ombudsman's investigation.
I would have been, yes.
Would have been.
The Ombudsman would have written to me saying that he or his delegate were doing something.
Do you recall requesting information from deputy secretaries or lower levels within DSS about the extent of the investigation and what needed to happen?
No. It would have gone directly to the relevant area. They would have got on with it.
Right. And you wouldn't expect to be involved?
I would expect to be involved if there was a major problem or when it came for me to sign a response to the Ombudsman.
And typically that took the form of accepting or agreeing with various recommendations?
That's right.
Or not?
Or not.
Or not.
What about requests from the Ombudsman for comments from the department? You signed the response to that, presumably?
No, that probably would have been supplied directly to the Ombudsman by the responsible officer.
And who would that be?
Well, depends on the issue at hand. So someone who was dealing with presumably debt and compliance policy matters somewhere in the organisation. I'm thinking that.
Right.
If Exhibit DSS.5034.0001.0076 could be brought up. Thank you. I think it's Exhibit 35. Your name is used again in an email exchange here at about this time. If we could go down to the very bottom of the page, Tuesday 24 January 2017, you can see that there is an email exchange there between an Anne Pulford and an Emma Kate McGurk, the title request please, or advice please, sorry. And what follows is an exchange and an advice by Ms Pulford, who was a principal lawyer within the Department of Social Services. What follows that is an exchange between a Gary Knox and Andrew Fritz Shanks, copying in Kristen Lumley. Hi Andrew, this is the following day, 25 January. As discussed, in addition to Finn's request, we have been asked to provide dot points to media in case we are asked about online compliance, etc. over the next few days. For media inquiries, they will try to divert the inquiry to DHS, but if the inquiry focuses on the legality of DHS activity, we might need to respond. The dot points should focus on this angle. Gary. Now, pausing there, that suggests that you were involved in some way in requests for information or action relating to the Ombudsman's investigation?
I don't interpret it as that. It's not impossible.
How do you interpret the reference to you there?
Well, I have to confess I don't know what particular request I may have made. I think it's entirely likely, given the timing and the material that was developed over that period, it's entirely likely that this was a request from my office for either briefing points on the compliance issue for my meeting with Ms Campbell, or for the meeting with Minister Porter on the 30th, which is the background material that we talked about before. It could have related to a request I had made of them in relation to some media coverage. I don't know. I actually cannot see how that would link to the Ombudsman report. Yeah.
Okay. One of the attachments which contains dot points, and I think you've referred to this or alluded to it already, was in respect of your meeting with Ms Campbell.
Yep. Again,
Said to take place at about this time in January, but your recollection is it didn't take place quite...
My records suggest it didn't take place.
At all?
At all. There was some discussion the next day about the ANAO, but I don't believe it happened. This was not unusual. Our meetings were relatively frequent, and they happened when it was convenient to both of us, and things always emerged, so they would get moved around a bit.
All right. The document you've attached, I might just conclude on this point before the lunch break. The document you've attached to your statement, FPR.9999.0001.0001_0024, I think is attachment C to your response, if that could be brought up. I think it should form part of Exhibit 1226. That's it. Thank you. These are the dot points that were attached to your statement by way of explanation about dot points prepared for you in anticipation of a meeting with Ms Campbell. At about this time in January, when there was significant media attention, the Ombudsman's report, and indeed the ANAO investigations referred to here as well.
Yes.
The online compliance intervention information title, just on the first page there, about halfway down, the first dot point refers to senior developmental staff. We're given a run-through of the Human Services online compliance system at TOP on Wednesday, 18 January 2017, and are comfortable with that the current process is lawful and clear. We pause there. Do you recall receiving that information at about this time?
Certainly, this document gave me that information, yes.
Right. Did you make any further inquiries about the lawfulness or otherwise?
No.
You were content to rely on that?
Yes.
If we go over to the second page, that's it, just the passage contains dot points about information and an ANAO audit, rather, on the compliance initiatives. This was a letter, I think, which was prepared for you, agreeing for your department to undertake an internal review of the costing model and inputs calculated under the OCI program, and working together with DHS to establish a register of assumptions and inputs. The draft letter, I think, also agreed to work with Human Services as it develops and implements a method to estimate and monitor the amount of debt recovered from compliance measures. Do you recall whether that was done before you left the department?
The actual work with...
Yes.
I don't know. I certainly hope so. That would have been something that we should have moved on. I thought the Auditor General's findings in this area were correct, and essentially we should have been doing what we indicate we would do in that area, and we weren't. And so I would have been hoping that people would have moved on it with alacrity. I don't know whether that happened or not.
And just to be clear, was it your understanding that the shortcoming, as it were, was in the assumptions and costings of the debt recovery?
From my rereading of the Auditor General's report recently, it was about the fact that our costing methodologies hadn't been updated for quite some time, and that we actually had not been putting in effort into monitoring the extent to which the savings were being achieved from the measures which were audited.
Would that ordinarily occur, that is, the analysis of assumptions and costings and savings occur prior to the expenditure review committee stage of a new policy proposal?
I doubt it had anything to do with the new policy proposal. It would have just been something we would have been doing generally.
Right. Yeah. Is that a convenient time?
Yes, thank you. 2:30.
Thank you.
All rise. Commission stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We received some documents over the lunch adjournment, and I'm grateful to my learned friend, Ms Hogan-Doran, for following up on those. Before I come to those, however, Mr Pratt, you read out your notes of the meeting that you made with the Minister on 30 January 2017, before the lunch break, and the description of your of that meeting in your statement at paragraph 47.4 is DSS staff and I briefed the Minister on the OIC, presumably OCI, program at a meeting on 30 January 2017.
Yeah.
As I listened to you read your notes, there didn't appear to be much, if any, reference to the online compliance intervention program.
Yes, Mr. Gregory, in my enthusiasm to find material for my statement, I mistakenly thought that the purpose of the 30 January meeting was to discuss the OCI, and I tendered as evidence of that the background information that was provided to me. It was delivered at the office from my memory of what was happening with it. From my notes, it appears as though I made a mistake and that it was not actually a meeting intended for the OCI, and I attended by myself.
That is, although the notes refer to a range of potential measures as a briefing, one of which includes online compliance intervention, that didn't appear to feature in the meeting you actually had.
No.
With the
In fact, my expectation is what I would have had going into that meeting was a range of notes about different things that might arise during the meeting. So there would have been NDIS stuff, there would have been stuff on family payments, there would have been material on cashless debit card potentially. These information briefs would have been collected across the relevant parts of the department as a guide for me in the event the Minister was to bring something up. There would have potentially also been some action items that would have been there for me to prompt me to raise stuff with the Minister.
In the course of preparing your statement, have you had access to any of the briefs that were prepared across the department for your meetings?
I have had access to briefs accompanying letters to the Auditor General and the Ombudsman. I have seen in my initial run through of the DSS material, I found briefs provided to the Minister on Robodebt at different times during the early part and the middle part of 2017. Briefings for me personally, beyond that, other than those dot points which have turned up a couple of times, I don't believe I saw anything of that sort.
When you referred to briefings prepared for the Minister on Robodebt in 2017, what documents are you referring to there?
So I saw one to the Minister about the ANAO report. I remember it because the cover page for the documents provided to me was a post-it note saying this is all sorted. Finn discussed it with the Minister. My interpretation of the Minister's handwritten notes on that brief were he was annoyed to find out that he didn't know about the bilateral management arrangement which was covered in the brief, and he was questioning why he did not know about this if it was such a significant document. When I talked to him, I imagine I mollified him by showing him the document, or he read the document and would have realised that it was not as significant as he had assumed. That's my assumption. So that was one. There was another brief to the Minister from the department which ran through the various features of the Robodebt scheme, or OCI, and I think it was at the time. And there was an offer to arrange for Human Services people to come and brief him on it. Those are the ones I recall.
Who prepared the second of those?
That would have been Kath Halbert, countersigned by Serena Wilson.
Right. And do you recall when in 2017 that brief was prepared or dated?
Look, it would have been February probably. Yes, it was a bit later than the 30 January meeting. So I would have thought around February.
And where did you view that document or that brief?
So it was provided to me in the early trawl of DSS records when I was preparing my statement.
Right, okay. And is that a brief that, according to its face, was forwarded to you for your consideration?
It wasn't apparent. I suspect it would have been made available for me to read if I wished to.
Okay. In respect of the first brief, what was the relationship between the bilateral management agreement and the ANAO?
The Auditor General's report made a slight extrapolation from what's in the bilateral management arrangement around DSS's responsibilities for monitoring the outcomes of the savings measures. In other words, the dollars saved, the debts reclaimed, and the report sort of indicated that even though this was pre-Robodebt itself, that DSS had not been fulfilling its role in monitoring generally DHS. Now, DSS, of course, did not have a role in monitoring DHS in its service delivery functions. Its AAOs make that very clear. And so he wanted to know about this bilateral management arrangement. What was it? Why did it set out this sort of responsibility?
I see. Do you recall whether the brief prepared by Kath Halbert, countersigned by Ms Wilson, addressed the question of legality of the scheme?
No, I don't recall that. I imagined, I imagine it probably did actually. I don't recall seeing it in it. It seemed to me that the thinking was clearly that this was lawful and in accordance with the legislation.
If we turn then to your involvement in the conclusion of your involvement in the Ombudsman's inquiry, in paragraph 47.5 of your statement, it's on the screen, you say in early April 2017, I was briefed on our proposed response to the Commonwealth Ombudsman in its draft investigation report. Now, I've been provided with two documents over the break. The first is an email which attaches what appears to be a draft response under your name, although it's not signed, given its draft nature. And I'm told that the document is in the possession of the document management team, cth.3005.0003.7079 is the covering email. That's it. Thank you. The second page of the email where it starts is dated 23 March 2017, an email from Russell de Berg to Neil Collins. Mr de Berg was employed in DSS and Ms Collins in Human Services. Do you recall Mr de Berg?
I do.
What role did he play, to your knowledge, in the Ombudsman's inquiry?
I don't recall that. He was a branch head or assistant secretary in the social security stream at that time. My recollection is he had moved over from the aged care stream at some stage during probably 2016.
If we could just pull out his email to Ms Collins on the second page. Thank you. Mr Pratt, he describes there a draft letter prepared in response to the draft investigation report. And the request is, in sharing the letter, is to confirm that DHS are comfortable with the response and there are not any discrepancies between what our two departments are proposing. And so there was discussions about various things and what might be agreed or not agreed, and a request for a draft DHS response. The attachment, that is the draft response, is CTH.3005.0003.7081. Of course, those emails, in case I wasn't clear about it, were 23 and 24 March. And this letter in its draft form has been printed out with a date on the last page of September 2022. That might be a formatting.
That would be something to do with the
Date.
That's a typo.
Yes, it might just be an automatically generated date, depending on the date that the document's opened and printed. But could you we'll go to the first page and I'll just ask you to peruse it because it's not attached to the Ombudsman's report. The final version, I mean. You've got through the first page. Thank you. If we could have the second page up.
Thank you.
And you could, if the third page could be brought up now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pratt. If we go back to page 1, paragraph 3, there is an assertion, sorry, the next paragraph. An assertion that the department is satisfied the system is operating in line with legislative requirements and there have been no changes to the way in which DHS assesses PAYG employment income. We pause there. Firstly, having read the letter, is that the draft that you were provided, to your recollection?
No.
It's not?
No.
Have you been able to identify from your...
Just to clarify,
Yes.
that paragraph I think is in the
Final?
letter I signed, yes.
Okay. But there might be some changes elsewhere.
Well, the
final version.
The letter I signed was a bit over a page long.
I see.
And when I reread it and reread the, when I fully read the Ombudsman report, I noted that my letter was actually significantly longer than the references to DSS in the Ombudsman's report. This letter is at least double that length.
Right.
So where is your letter? We don't seem to have seen it. Can you assist? It's in somebody's possession?
Certainly, I saw it publicly. That's how I obtained it to look at it.
And I thought you told me before lunch you didn't sign any letter making comments on the draft. Did I misunderstand you?
Sorry, which draft, Commissioner?
I asked you before lunch if you said you'd signed a letter in response to the final report. I asked you before lunch if you'd signed a letter with comments.
Providing comments. No, I didn't provide any comments. I didn't write to the Ombudsman to provide any sort of initial commentary.
What's this letter?
I think it is a first draft of the letter they got me to sign to the final.
Okay, but if you signed a final letter which expressed the department's satisfaction about the scheme operating within the legislation, what was that but a set of comments for the Ombudsman?
We must be at cross purposes, Commissioner.
I think we must.
The only letter I signed was the letter to the Ombudsman providing our final response to their report. I signed no other letters.
A response to a draft report or a final report?
Oh, my apologies. It is my letter to the report they sent us on it. So it is their final report.
So you've only ever responded to their final report, but your response to their final report did contain that paragraph about being satisfied the system was operating in line with legislative requirements.
That is, yes.
All right.
Now, whether it's identical to that, that is it looks incredibly familiar to me, but the sentiment was the same.
All right.
Did you take any steps to satisfy yourself that the OCI program was operating in line with legislative requirements?
No, all of the briefing I had seen to that date was making similar points.
That is the dot points that... Oh,
That's right.
okay. You hadn't, to your recollection, seen any legal advice to that effect?
No, whether I did or not, I don't know, but I don't recall it.
And in respect of the assertion there's been no changes to the way in which DHS assesses PAYG employment income, if that is in your signed letter, on what basis was that assertion made?
I believe that my department felt that was the case. Well, clearly they did. They would not have drafted a note for me to sign that if they didn't feel that was the case.
Okay. But at least you understood the significance of the online compliance intervention program from a savings perspective to a stressed budget.
Yes.
Was it the biggest savings item in the budget in the social services portfolio?
No.
The projection of more than $1 billion over 4 years must have made it one of the more significant ones.
It certainly was, but the DSS measures, there were many measures over the 2 years which exceeded that.
Which exceeded that. How did you arrive at the understanding expressed there that there'd been no changes in the way DSS assesses PAYG employment income given the projections of the number of interventions and the savings to the department over that 4 years?
I don't believe I would have been asking that question of myself or my people. I don't... essentially, they asserted this. They were saying the system was working as intended. I accepted that this was the case. If you're asking me, did I think, how the hell are they making $1.7 billion in savings?
If nothing's changed?
If nothing's changed,
Yes.
it's no changes to the way in which they assess it, not in the volume that they're doing, that sort of thing.
But your understanding was that assessment of whether a debt existed in the pre-Robodebt era was labour intensive and
That's right.
maybe 20,000 a year. And we've now got 20,000 a week. It couldn't have been human intervention. Which gets to.
I appreciate your point. You're right.
Yeah.
I would have assumed, I think, that it was just simply by the operation of doing far more matches with the system and sending out far more letters to people saying that they might have a debt.
The statement that you prepared, I think, quite with respect to you properly and fairly conceded that any shortcomings in the DSS approach to the Robodebt scheme were ultimately your responsibility as Secretary.
I'm very clear on that, multiple points. Anything my department has done, I am responsible for as Secretary.
Yesterday, Ms Wilson gave evidence on a number of occasions that she was aware given the legal and policy advice summarised in that email that you saw earlier today. That was in 2015, that she knew the proposal for the scheme was unlawful. She assumed that it was implemented lawfully, but knew that if it was implemented in those terms, it would be unlawful. She also gave evidence that when she was aware of income averaging in the course of the Ombudsman's investigation from a meeting with DHS on 15 January 2017, that she knew that that component of the raising of debts was contrary to the legal and policy advice obtained in 2014, 2015, and that later in 2017 she was aware that the raising of debts by smoothed or averaged income remained unlawful. Now that you're aware of what she said in those respects, those are matters that you take responsibility for as the Secretary.
Ms Wilson is one of the finest public servants I've had the privilege of working with. She is highly intelligent, highly expert and highly ethical. I trusted Ms Wilson implicitly in the advice that she gave me. In my view, if I think people have discharged their responsibilities in good faith, then I take responsibility as Secretary.
The ultimate position I think that you might land at is that, knowing what you know now, is at least from your reading of Justice Murphy's comments in the decision in the class action, and I should correct our mutual misunderstanding, a judgment delivered 11 June 2021, was that it ought to have been obvious to everyone involved with the scheme that the allegation that a debt could be raised on a fortnightly basis by reference to annualised income or averaged income over a lesser period was fundamentally flawed. At any point, did that fundamental flaw or obvious flaw come to your attention or become apparent to you?
As I said earlier, my exposure to the concept of income averaging or smoothing probably arose in mid-2017 or at some point in 2017. Now, in reading the email that you showed me, which I also saw in the extra emails I was given by DSS, which indicated that Serena was going to discuss the matter with Melissa Golightly and then with me. Now, I have no recollection of that discussion with me, but my assumption is that Ms Wilson did bring it up with me. So I am under the impression, though, that what was proposed at that stage was then further discussed with DHS during the cabinet process, and that whoever it was, whether it was Miss Wilson or Kath Halbert, that there were assurances given that that wasn't what was going to happen. Now that is my now understanding of that part of the process. So we come to 2017. I am seeing briefs which say this is all fine, we've been out to see it, we've had briefing, so forth. I am assuming that obviously something has changed from that original advice after I've been reminded of that advice.
Was it also your assumption that if a Minister Morrison, was told legislative change and policy change was required to implement the proposal, that it wouldn't have been implemented without those measures being taken?
Well, that would be normal practice.
Yes. Ordinarily a safe assumption, you would say, in your experience.
Well, I don't recall it ever not happening.
Mr Gregory, my associates helpfully pointed out that the letter to the Ombudsman, the Acting Ombudsman, can be found in the Ombudsman's report at page 52, The reference number at the top of the page is CTH 3004 0010 5301. Perhaps we could get it up. The Ombudsman's report's an exhibit, I think. You might.
It's Exhibit 1233, Commissioner.
Thank you. If that number's needed, again, it's 3004 0010 5301, CTH at the beginning. Mr. Pratt, to save some time, you could start reading it on this laptop on the assumption we can eventually get it up.
I understand because it was tendered yesterday, it's still making its way into the hearing book. So a workaround will happen, probably while Mr. Pratt's able to read it off that laptop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's clocked again.
Yes, Mr. Gregory?
Sorry? You've read it?
Yes, this is my letter to the Ombudsman.
Well, it does look very much like the draft you were shown, doesn't it?
Certainly the sentence that says the department is satisfied the system is operating in line with legislative requirements and there have been no changes to the way in which DHS assesses pay-as-you-go employment income, I think is identical to the draft. You'll note, of course, that this letter that I signed is 1 page and 2 short sentences long. The previous draft was over 2 pages with a lot of material about tax garnishing and things of that sort, and I've never seen that version.
All right. Well, this one that you did sign was in response to an offer of an opportunity to make comments. This is not in relation to a final report, self-evidently, because it's annexed to the final report. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
So in
My
fact,
mistake, Commissioner.
certainly was. Now, Given the state of affairs at the time that this was signed, which I think is the 4th of April 2017,
Yes.
at that time there had been media coverage of the problems concerning this scheme, including averaging.
Well, there was plenty of media coverage at the time, Commissioner.
There were cases in the AAT which said that averaging was not a legitimate basis for raising debts.
Well, I know that now, yes.
Didn't know it at the time?
Commissioner, I believe the context is a little bit important here, if I might give you my recollection.
Well, just answer that question first and then you can. You didn't know anything about AAT cases, which first-tier cases?
I certainly do not recall any at this stage, no.
All right, what did you want to tell me about context?
Commissioner, my whole point about this is, and again, I am not attempting to diminish in any way the importance of the Robodebt program and the terrible nature of what came out of it. But at this time, because this was a measure produced by another department, which was independent of my department, and given the extent of the things that I was focusing on, which were my responsibility and which I could control, it was not a priority issue for me. I was looking at the NDIS. I would have been spending 60 to 70% of my time on the NDIS. I was working on things like the, we were developing the redress scheme in response to the Royal Commission on institutional child sexual abuse. We were bringing into the country 12,000 Syrians and Iraqis at refugee camps. I was working on a cashless debit card, on welfare reform, all of these things which sat under my responsibilities. Something which this is not that I wasn't interested or anything of that sort, but it was not something which I saw as either my responsibility or I had an ability to control.
Well, let's just go a little further. There was also a Senate inquiry had been commenced, I think, in February.
That's right.
Now, you were responsible for the Department of Social Security. The media attention was not just on DHS, but on the Department of Social Security. Would you agree?
No, I don't recall that.
All right. Well, you'd have appreciated an obligation to give accurate advice to the Ombudsman.
Yes.
You were prepared to sign this letter which asserted that the department was satisfied the system is operating in line with legislative requirements, but you didn't ask to see any legal advice to that effect?
Commissioner, all of the advice I had seen over the preceding months was that my people had been dealing with DHS and that they were satisfied that the system was working as intended.
Well, this goes on to say there have been no changes in the way in which DHS assesses PAYG employment income. What did you actually ask? Did you ask, what are you doing? What is the DHS doing? What is this program? What does it consist of?
As I may have said earlier, I would have inevitably been talking with Ms. Campbell at different stages. I have zero recollection of any suggestion that any one of us thought that the system wasn't working as it should be.
But did you ask how it worked?
No, I don't believe I did.
And you didn't say to your own department, to your own assistant, your own deputy secretary, did we get some legal advice on this? Could I have a look at it?
Commissioner, as I said earlier, My focus was in other areas. Yes, there was media on this, but please understand there was extensive, endless media on the NDIS, on the cashless debit card, on all sorts of things which DSS was responsible for. Now, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility here. I am not trying to blame DHS, right? I have no idea what they did within their department around the advice they got from my department, and I am very admiring of the capability and expertise of the Department of Human Services as a former secretary of that organisation. I thought, was quite reasonably trusting that they were on top of this and they would be getting it right.
I appreciate you probably had multiple headaches. That's the life of a secretary of a department, isn't it?
That's right.
But this was a pretty large and obvious one given Senate attention, media attention.
Commissioner, I don't want to debate with you on this, but not in my world. In my world, there was plenty of controversial media and Senate issues around a whole bunch of things that I looked after. This was one headache which wasn't my headache.
Well, it was enough of your headache for you to sign a letter in response to the Ombudsman's invitation saying the department was satisfied that it was operating in accordance with all legislative requirements and hadn't changed. How could you make an assertion like that without making some inquiry of your own to actually satisfy yourself it was the correct thing to say?
Commissioner, I would sign many, many things on behalf of the department. I have to, as a secretary, be trusting of the advice that my department provide for me. There would be hundreds of letters, significant letters over time, many Commonwealth Ombudsman reports, many Auditor General reports. I am not able to do the job of all of my staff. I would have had over 4,000 people working in DSS during that period. They're all in their area more expert than I am in their area. And so it is not possible to function if you query every single thing. I reiterate, I had over and over again, every bit of advice I saw in that early period in 2017 suggested that we as a department thought everything was working reasonably. Now, obviously, that was wrong, and I was wrong in my assertion to the Ombudsman. I take responsibility for that.
For the balance of your time in the department, which is what, till about September 2017? Yep. You never were concerned about anything to do with Robodebt sufficiently to investigate actually what was going on or what advice the department might have had?
Commissioner, I was very heavily involved in things like the NDIS, right?
You've told us that.
Yes, I have told you that. The NDIS was all-consuming. All-consuming. There are so many different things in addition to that which were going on. I won't bore you with them. I was not focusing on a matter which was the creation of another department and which I assumed that they were managing as the best they could. It is not unusual for government programs, particularly ones based around savings measures, to attract an awful lot of negative media. And I've had much experience with that in many, many portfolios. So if you can understand my frame of mind, it is not about not being interested in this. I knew it was going on in the background, but I was focused on those things which my department was responsible for doing for the government of the day.
Your department was responsible for policy.
Yes.
And it was evident that whatever was going on was creating havoc for thousands and thousands of welfare recipients. It wasn't an issue sufficient to attract your attention?
Certainly, my department was responsible for the policy advice to DHS on these matters. And I have already said I take responsibility for the whether that was the right advice or not. But again, I'm making the point to you that this was a measure which was owned by another department. It was their measure. Yes, I knew that we had provided advice to them. That was, as you know, Mr. Jeffrey and I were talking about before, that was in accordance with the arrangements which the Secretary of DHS and I signed off in 2014 with our bilateral management arrangement. I mean, in a sense, I almost wish that they hadn't followed the bilateral management arrangement and hadn't put advice to us about what they were proposing to do. But they did. DHS did the right thing. They put this proposal to my people. My people provided feedback on it. Presumably, they made changes to try and adjust for that advice. By the time 2017 turns up and I am acquainted with the scheme thanks to Mr. Porter, it then becomes a matter of, okay, well, the implementation department is handling this.
What's not clear is whether your department gave the legal advice it had in 2014 and the policy advice it had in 2014 to DHS.
Well, I don't know, but I would be amazed if they were not communicating their views to DHS. So that would make no sense, Commissioner, for them not to do that. I mean, Ms. Wilson's email exchange with Andrew Whitecross says she's going to talk to Melissa and then she's going to talk to me.
All right.
I believe that she would have done both of those things. I have no doubt she would have done both of those things.
And she would have informed you at the time what the advice and policy advice was?
I expect, I am now speculating, but I expect that Ms. Wilson would have come to me and would have said something along the lines of, DHS have got this proposal. We don't like it because we think it's got major problems. I am going to tell Melissa Golightly that. I would have heard, okay, they've got a proposal. We've got major issues with it. So I know the problem. Ms. Wilson has now told me what she's going to do about fixing it is by talking to the Department of Human Services, and also she has, as a very good public servant, given me a heads up to, if there's an issue on this with DHS and Ms. Campbell rings you, you'll know about it.
Well, you would have seen in the policy advice, if you saw it at the time, the far-sighted warning of your officer that Robodebt, or the proposal that later became Robodebt, could cause reputational damage to your department.
Which advice? This is advice that was
The 2014 policy advice pointed out that this proposal could cause reputational damage to the department.
I don't recall seeing that in Mr. Whitecross's advice.
I don't think it was Mr. Whitecross's advice. But in any event, that's exactly what happened, isn't it?
That it caused reputational damage to...
Yes.
Clearly.
And you didn't become aware of the potential for that at any time before leaving the department?
I don't believe I saw any advice talking about reputational damage.
Okay, but the reputational damage itself, it didn't occur to you before you left the department in 2017 that the department was suffering reputational damage and it might be a good idea to get to the bottom of what was going on?
No, I saw that the government was experiencing reputational damage, as was the Department of Human Services.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gregory,
Thank you, Commissioner.
well.
There's a real distinction, isn't there, Mr. Pratt, between the concept of the scheme working as it should
Can you get it back?
and the scheme is working lawfully with no changes to the way in which debts are calculated?
I think I understand the distinction.
Drawing on language you gave in an answer to the Commissioner about the nature of the advice you received in 2017 was all to the effect that the scheme was working as it should.
Well, that is what my interpretation of the language I've used in the letter to the Ombudsman, and it is a paraphrasing of that first dot point in the briefs, which keep coming up to me for meetings.
It was similar language to that used by ministers defending the integrity of the scheme in January 2017. The scheme is working as it should.
Well, I don't know. Well, I'm pretty sure I didn't influence the ministers.
All right. But in any event, I think you accept that you didn't ask for legal advice or ask for assurance that legal advice had been obtained in order to make the representation about the lawfulness of the scheme in the letter to the Ombudsman.
I didn't.
You made an assumption that whoever drafted that letter for you, Kath Albert or Serena Wilson,
I believe it was Kath
Albert, had the advice sufficient to justify the position.
That's right.
And you now know that that advice was never obtained.
Sorry,
Legal advice.
legal advice. I'm pretty sure my department provided legal advice on this matter. What sort of legal advice are you talking about? Are you talking about external legal advice or?
That the scheme is operating within the legislative requirements.
Okay, I would have assumed this was our assertion, the Department of Social Services.
Yes, that's right. It's a representation about a legal position on the scheme that you accepted from Kath Albert.
Yes.
You now know that no such legal advice existed. That's right?
No, I'm still under the impression that there was legal advice to that effect.
Based on the draft of that, or the final version of that letter that you signed.
And previous briefings, yes.
The dot points.
Yes, and the other briefs that I mentioned that went to the Minister.
Yes. It might be that I've not seen that brief that you described to the Minister about the lawfulness of the scheme.
I don't believe that was the purpose of the brief to the Minister. Not at all. I think it was more about explaining how the scheme worked. And I seem to remember there was an offer to have DHS people come in and, because it was based largely on DHS material, in descriptive material, to come in and talk to the Minister.
Right. No doubt we'll see that in due course. Is it your position, though, that you were told things in 2017, you have no independent recollection of them, to the extent that you've been able to check documents, 2015, to the extent that you've been able to check documents from 2017 that have jogged your memory, they all pointed towards your department being comfortable with it, and that's what your staff told you?
Yep.
You relied entirely on them?
Yes.
To do that? And so this whole scheme occurred over a number of years while you were the Secretary without your knowledge that it was unlawful?
Yes.
And that it operated at such a scale that didn't raise any questions for you about whether it was lawful or not?
Well, I can only repeat what I was saying to the Commissioner. My focus was elsewhere because this was something being run by a different department. It was their proposal. And I don't believe I have known that this was an unlawful scheme until that court case several years later.
So on your evidence in this inquiry, a number of things have happened which you've never heard of before. The first is that you were duped by a Deputy Secretary about the lawfulness of the scheme.
I don't accept that.
She gave evidence yesterday that she knew in 2017 that it was unlawful and didn't tell you. And you're describing positive representations by Kath Albert at least, but maybe Serena Wilson, that it was lawful.
Mr. Gregory, if you are suggesting to me that there was some form of conspiracy amongst my people to dupe me, I refuse to believe that. I worked with these people for many, many years and that is not the nature of these people.
So if you accept what I say to you, then, that Ms Wilson gave evidence yesterday that she knew it was unlawful in 2017 and did not tell you about it, even though she had an obligation to do so. And she knew that from the 15th of January 2017. Does your opinion change about whether you were duped or not?
I would have to see the context of that. I do not believe that that is possible.
You can't-
Early January 2017,
Yes,
not,
15 January 2017.
well, I don't accept that.
You couldn't comprehend that that could be right given your knowledge of her.
I just don't believe that is true. I cannot imagine why Ms Wilson would accede to that.
Perhaps because it was the truth. She had legal advice to that effect.
Why would she not tell me? I don't understand what would be the motivation for not telling me.
If we go then to 2015, the proposal in respect of which your department said required legislative and policy change, and if you accept that the core functions of the policy which required legislative and policy change were introduced without legislative and policy change, that's something else that you have never seen happen in all your time.
I'm not sure that, I'm not sure I can accept that we somehow went along with that. I mean, clearly DSS provided advice to DHS. I don't know what happened with that advice. I've always assumed, and I still assume, that DHS would have taken that advice and altered things to remove the risk and on the legislation front to actually mean that it didn't require legislation. Now, obviously, that's not what happened.
And you know that from the court case. You know that, in fact, the critical part that required legislative change was not changed, nor was there any legislation introduced to allow it lawfully. You now know that.
I do.
So knowing that, that's what occurred in 2015, is DHS and Minister Morrison introduced a budget measure without a caveat for legislative, that required legislative change, and it was automated from 1 July 2016. How can you explain, from your perspective, that that would happen without your knowledge?
Well, I expect that there would have been a confluence of miscommunications and mistakes, that sort of thing.
And it had to involve senior members from DHS, senior members from your staff and the Minister in that confluence of miscommunication and mistakes, occurring all without your knowledge.
Well, it happened without my knowledge, but where I think you're heading to here is a suggestion that there was some sort of conspiracy to do this, which I refuse to believe, at least on the part of my people.
Well, if we avoid the word conspiracy and we just look at the fact that the scheme was implemented without legislative change that your department identified was required, and that information was kept from you in 2017 by your Deputy Secretary, and in fact you are signing a positive assertion that it was lawful, drafted by Ms Halbert to the Ombudsman, there has to be a little bit more than just miscommunication and mistakes, doesn't there?
I can't explain it. And so, to my recollection, I don't believe I ever saw that executive minute that you showed me before. That is my strong recollection. I know, well, actually I was going to talk about cabinet documentation, but I suspect Ms Hogan-Doran will not be very happy with that. Certainly the material I saw earlier in this week, some of the new policy proposals, at least earlier drafts, indicated that legislation had to be put in place. So clearly that had made its way into the process, and I'm assuming that was probably around February, March of 2015. I don't know what happened between that point and the finalising of the policy, which meant that legislation was no longer required. That is not something which I know.
The final document I was provided over lunch, and I won't tender the earlier documents given that we have the final draft of the letter, is an email from Ms Wilson to you, 21 January 2015. And again, I'm grateful to Ms Hogan-Doran for providing this over the break. If the witness, if Mr Pratt could be shown a copy. Mr Pratt, I ask you just to peruse the email and confirm whether, one, you've been aware of it in the preparation for your evidence, and two, whether you now recall it, if not.
Okay, well, firstly, this is the first I've seen of it since
I think it's 21 January 2015.
Yep,
Yeah.
since 2015.
Yes. Okay.
So I have not yet read it, so do you want me to read it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So clearly Ms Wilson's note keeping is much better than mine, and clearly she was at the meeting despite my notes.
Yes, if I could just ask you to confirm, the first email is from Ms Wilson to Ms Halbert, Mr Whitecross, Mr Innes, I'm not sure how you pronounce.
Whiskey.
Thank you. Ms Essex. There's no reference to you as far as I can tell, so maybe you were blind carbon copied into it. And she says, urgent and important, products / comebacks for Minister is the subject. Finn and I are reconvening with Minister tomorrow at 9:30. I have some things below that I'd like done for that meeting, please, and some which have a little more time, brackets, but not much. And then there are a range of items which she identifies to those other persons, saying that she needs all of those by 5 p.m. today, please, thanks, and says this at point 8. He also asked for DHS compliance activity and hit rates / tip-offs, data matching, DAS to do, but we should try and get a copy of it. And there are 2 other items as well. And you reply the same afternoon, thanks Serena, did this go to Tracy? Cheers, Finn. Firstly, who's Tracy?
I expect that would be Tracy Carroll, who ran the budget area at that time.
that is within DSS.
Yes.
Now, the reference to he also asked for DHS compliance activity hit rates, DHS to do this, but we should try and get a copy of it. That suggests that there was a meeting with the Minister prior to the sending of this email, either on the morning of the 21st or a previous day, but probably that morning.
Yeah, it could have been both, yep.
Could be both. From your note, there was a meeting the following day, 22 January 2015, although you haven't noted Ms Wilson's presence in your note, right? Does that refresh your memory about getting a copy of whatever DHS was going to do in respect of data matching?
No.
But it makes sense again, doesn't it? Because it's come up in a conversation between yourself, Ms Wilson, and the Minister, either on the 21st of January 2015 or a day or two before then, the DHS was going to do something in respect of data matching, and it's important that your department gets a copy of it.
I read that as simply that the Minister was interested in knowing about compliance activity and hit rates, including tip-offs and data matching. So in other words, what DHS was doing in this space, yes.
Right. But it's the Minister's indication of some interest in it, which means that it's also now of interest to you.
Other than the fact that it's a DHS comeback.
Well, that's right. But it's something that the Minister's raised with you, and that what follows from that is that you need to know what's going on in that space.
I think that's a fairly weak link, actually. The Minister had many, many interests. He was a vast consumer of data on virtually everything. The fact that he asked for something like this does not, for me, translate into, therefore, this is a huge priority of the Minister.
I never said those words or anything.
I know, but what I'm saying is...
I'm saying if it matters to the Minister to ask you, it matters to you to find out.
Well, what would matter would be making sure that whatever it was that he was after was obtained and provided to him.
Yes.
Yes.
And what we know is that from the policy proposal, from the executive minute, 12 February 2015, was that whatever the proposal was in respect of data matching, and we've been through it, required legislative and policy change. And from then it drops off your radar until December 16 or January 17, and from that point on, your department's representations to the public and those inquiring is that all of this is lawful.
Yes, that is the case.
Commissioner, can I tender that email as Exhibit 1235 capital E?
Yes. I've got a couple of other emails that have been handed up to me. One was the DSS draft response to Ombudsman draft report. That hasn't gone in yet, or?
No, that hasn't gone in yet. That was the email which attached the draft letter.
All right.
And Mr Pratt said he never saw that.
All right. And so it might go in at some later stage, I'm thinking.
Yes, I think so.
And there's another email that's been handed up, which is a DSS request for information. It concerns a DSS request for information to brief the Minister. That's in a similar category, or?
Or I might take Mr Pratt to that.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, 1235E for the email which commences, email chain which commences with an email from Ms Wilson on the 21st of January.
Mr. Pratt, I'm told you have a copy of this email. Well, you're about to get a copy of the email, and
Thank you. Is this the same one?
it's an email from Craig Storen to Craig Kelly with an attachment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pratt, you are not a party to the email. The only reference to your potential involvement is a reference to your department briefing its minister and information that was requested for that purpose. So the context for this is that the first email in the sequence is 25 January 2017 between people who include Kath Halbert and others from DSS, which refers to an attached ministerial submission with a number which relates to letters relating to the interest charge measure, along with some attachments to the submission, and the delivery to the Minister's office is due Wednesday 25 January 2017. Thank you. The third page ending 6541 is what I'm currently referring to. Eventually, the email trail makes its way out of DSS recipients. But before we get to that point, you'll see at the red and blue and yellow section at the bottom of page 2, paragraph 6, the second time it appears, says how many of the 200,000 debtors related to people issued with debt under the online compliance intervention measure, and then there's a note. Sorry, the next one, the second paragraph 6. Thank you. A note in highlighted yellow, DHS. And then if you go to the top of the email, you can see an email from Gary Knox within the Department of Social Services to Michelle Gurin in the Department of Human Services. Hi Michelle, can DHS provide an answer to number 5, which if one counts down is the second paragraph 6. That email then makes its way to the following page, where Mary Jerram on 2 February sends it to Jim McMahon. Jim, DSS have requested the following information to brief their minister. How many of the 200,000 debtors related to people issued with the debt under the online compliance intervention? And then it goes throughout the Department of Human Services while an answer is sought. Do you recall briefing the then Minister for Social Services, Mr. Porter, in respect of that matter?
No.
Having reviewed your diary entries for the period in February 2017, was there any reference to a discussion about that?
No.
To the extent that you received a brief in respect of this topic, it would be one of the briefs that you've described which are prepared and kept somewhere within the office?
Sorry, that last part, can you run that again?
You described that when you were given briefs for your meetings with the Minister,
Yep.
various people within the department compiled them and put them together, and you would sometimes make notes on them, but that's where all your notes would be in respect of those particular documents?
Well, or if they were notable notes, they would go in my notebook, yeah.
Yes. And having not identified that there is any information in your notebook relating to this potential briefing, if there was a brief prepared for you in respect of this event, it would be in that documented form somewhere in DSS.
Yes.
All right. For completeness, the attachment is CTH.3004.0002.6542. and relates to people likely to receive an interest charge letter and have an outstanding jet generated from OCI review. And there are various numbers in a table there. Have you seen that table before, to your recollection?
No.
All right. If I'm reading it correctly, it indicates those who have an outstanding debt from an OCI review and those that don't, of a total of approximately 152,000.
I expect that's 152 million.
Oh, is it dollars, is it?
Number of people.
Oh, yes.
8,000.
Thank you. I will tender that as part of that sequence.
1235F,
Thank
the
you.
email and attachment.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions for Mr. Pratt, Commissioner.
Ms Hogan-Doran?
Commissioner, subject to what I'm about to raise, I do not have any questions for Mr. Pratt. However, Mr. Pratt is not separately represented. A matter arose in the course of his evidence, which I wish to, with your leave, to take up with counsel assisting before he completes his examination.
Do you mean you want to go and talk to him, or...?
If I may, I'm not sure if it may be that I can do it directly and the witness need not stand down.
All right, but you'd like me to adjourn for the purpose?
Yes, Commissioner.
Right. I'll adjourn until you let me know you're ready. Thanks.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned for a short break. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
So, Mr Gregory?
Yes. Ms Haggadoran raised with me a question of procedural fairness in respect of one of the answers that Mr Pratt gave. I referenced to what might have been some cabinet material, and we've come up with a plan by which that can be addressed outside of the hearing and taken up at a later point if necessary. So for present purposes, he can be excused.
All right. Thanks, Mr Pratt. You're excused.
Commissioner, the next witness is Kathryn Campbell.
Ms Campbell, will you take an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Witness to that.
Place your right hand on the Bible. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr Gregory?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Your name is Kathryn Campbell,
It is.
and you were issued a notice of a statement of produced documents NTG-0013, dated 6 October 2022,
Yes, Council.
and you prepared a statement in response dated 13 October 2022,
I did.
and you prepared at a later date, 17 October 2022, a supplementary statement.
I did.
And there are various documents referred to in your initial statement and your supplementary statement, and other documents which have been identified as relevant to your evidence as well.
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the documents identified commencing 1236, 1237, and then 1239 and following through to 1273.
Yes, those documents are admitted as exhibits in accordance with the numbering in the schedule.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms.
Commissioner, may I just raise one matter, and it's my oversight and I apologise for that. I had intended to provide to Mr Gregory, before Ms Campbell's evidence began, a copy of some correspondence from my instructing solicitors that came between Ms Campbell's two statements. He may be conscious of what it is, but it may be relevant to the evidence, and I might just, if that could just be marked, that he notes that we will obtain a copy of that.
Commissioner, if there is correspondence between the solicitors which have relevance to the production of statements, I'll tender that in due course.
All right. I think it's coming along now.
seems like there might be another letter which will be relevant as well. I can deal with that tomorrow.
Yes.
Ms Campbell, you set out in your statement at paragraphs 8 and 9 the qualifications and professional experience you had in respect of your role as Secretary from the Department of Human Services from March 2011 to September 2017, and then for completeness, we also know that you were the Secretary of the Department of Social Services in a period following that.
That's correct.
In brief, you have had a lot of experience in various positions within various portfolios in the Commonwealth Government over many years.
That's correct.
And as is identified in paragraph 6 of your statement, you were appointed as the Secretary of DHS from March 2011.
That's correct.
And does it follow from your familiarity with the Department of Human Services in that role for that period of 6 years or so that you were very familiar with and had a good understanding of the raising of debts and recovery of debts in the pre-Robodebt period and during the Robodebt period?
I was aware of the raising of debts, but not a detailed knowledge of it. I was aware that that was a departmental responsibility, but there were some during that period between 35,000 and 40,000 people within the Department of Human Services, and so I would not say I was familiar on a daily basis with those activities.
Certainly, but you understood that, as you've said, it was a responsibility of the department to monitor where overpayments were made.
That's correct.
To recover those amounts where it could properly and lawfully do so.
That's correct.
And that undoubtedly occurred during the entirety of the period that you were the Secretary of the Department.
It did.
But you would agree with me that there was a change to the way that was done under the what's been described as the Robodebt scheme in the letters patent.
Yes.
And part of that change, or some of the essence of that change, I should say, is set out in a briefing to Minister Morrison from your department dated 12 February 2015.
Yes.
It was an executive minute drafted by Ms Golightly, who was your Deputy Secretary,
Yes.
and it undoubtedly went with your approval, even though you are not a signatory to it.
I had worked with Ms Golightly on the brief, yes.
And you had seen various drafts of the executive minute. The brief were documents that you had worked on with her.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were aware of the input of the Department of Social Services in respect to the draft.
I was.
And you were aware ultimately that the proposal in the form that it was given on 12 February 2015, if it was to be implemented as a budget measure, required legislative and policy change.
I think the brief indicated that DSS had indicated to us that there may be a need for legislative change, and we reflected that in the brief to Mr Morrison.
And there was no reason to take any change of view about the fact that DSS had said that it needed legislative change at any time prior to its implementation.
We had left that to the Department of Social Services with responsibility for the legislation. I had not subsequently seen the details that were finally agreed by the government in the lead up to the budget.
Just if I can take that in two parts. The first is that you understood the DSS position as the responsible entity for legal advice in respect of legislation, had advised that the proposal in the form that it was made in the 12 February 2015 minute required legislative change to be implemented.
In the minute of the 12th of February, we had asked Minister Morrison whether we could pursue this with the Department of Social Services. I did not consider that to be a final proposal at that time, and that was something would be worked on with DSS in the lead up to the budget.
All right. What do you recall of the work with DSS on the point of legislative change in the lead up to the budget?
At that time, I don't recall any further details.
Does that mean, according to your recollection, that there was no further work done with DSS about the prospect of legislative change?
I don't recall what happened in the lead up to that process. There were some 40 or so measures that we were working on with various departments in the lead up to that budget. And so in my role as DHS at that time, I don't recall where that landed.
Have you had the opportunity to review where that landed in the preparation of your statement and in preparing for giving evidence?
In the preparation of this statement, no, but in the preparation of subsequent statements, which I am working on, I have seen where that did land, because I would, when I was the Secretary of Social Services.
All right, well, that would indicate a period from about September 2017 onwards. 2017
onwards, that's correct.
All right. I'm just talking about the confined period between February 2015 and the 15-16 budget.
And so I don't recall having any discussions about legislation with respect to this measure.
Do you accept that the measure, as it was described in the minute, in large part was introduced in the same form as a budget measure?
I do.
Without legislative change?
Without legislative change.
And without policy change?
I'm not sure on the policy change piece.
What do you recall of any interaction you had with Mr. Pratt or anyone at DSS at SES level about the introduction of the measure without legislative change?
I don't recall any interaction with Mr. Pratt or any other SES officer.
And have you had the opportunity to review potential records which might reveal that beyond your recollection?
I have looked at the email traffic that I had in the Department of Human Services, and I have not discovered any evidence to that effect.
Does that suggest in your mind then that there was no further consultation in respect of the question of legislative change?
Between myself and
others?
Yeah, that's my recollection.
All right. Melissa Golightly, who signed the final draft and appears to have been heavily involved in the proposal, do you recall whether you discussed with her the question of legislative change in respect of the measure between February 2015 and the period in May when it was introduced as a budget measure?
I do not recall any such discussion.
And your recollection is based not only now on what you can recall, but on what must not appear by contemporaneous records.
So I've gone back and looked at emails to see whether there was any traffic during that period, and I haven't found any traffic to that effect.
Right. Are you able to explain then how it was that a measure that was identified as requiring legislative change to be implemented was implemented without legislative change in 2015?
In my role as the Secretary of the Department of Human Services, we delivered programs for a number of other departments. We didn't generally get involved in the legislation of those departments, whether it be social services or health or employment or any other department, because we were the delivery agency, and we left that to the policy departments.
That is, DSS must have been aware of the measure and must have taken up the running on those points.
I think in the minute, the executive minute that we signed, we sent to Mr. Morrison, it indicated that we would continue to pursue this measure with the Department of Social Services.
You've not been able to identify in any respect how you did. Are you aware of any way in which those within your department did?
I am unaware. I have looked at the email traffic. I have asked for documents. I have reviewed the documents that have been provided, and I have found no evidence. And the documents I have seen are only the documents that would have been provided to me at the time. I am unaware of any other material that went with officers that I was not copied on.
All right. Did you ever ask for legal advice in respect of whether the basis of raising debts on income averaging, based on income averaging, was lawful at any time after the measure was introduced and between September 2017?
I did not ask for legal advice, but I did note that legal advice was provided the Department of Social Services in their response to the Ombudsman had indicated that there was legal advice to that effect.
Okay.
And that focused on the fact that the recipient had been, efforts had been made to contact the recipient, and that averaging would only be used as a last resort.
Were you aware of the advice or its material content from December 2014 obtained by DSS, which was referred to in the executive minute?
I was not aware.
That is, no one brought it to your attention if in fact it was shared with anyone in your department?
It was not brought to my attention.
If the minute could be brought up on the screen. Exhibit 1238 ending 0001. Ms Campbell, you'll recognise the document we've been speaking about.
I do recognise the document.
If paragraph 1 could be called out, please. Thank you. There is a reference in paragraph 1 to a meeting between you and the Minister for Social Services.
Yes.
Do you recall when that meeting was?
I recall that meeting occurred on the 30th of December 2014.
Do you have that recollection independent of any documents, or have you referred to documents?
I've referred to an email which indicated that I had returned from leave in Queensland to Sydney to brief Minister Morrison.
And what was the nature of the brief that you provided him on 30 December 2014?
Minister Payne, who was the Minister for Human Services, had written to Minister Morrison, the incoming Minister for Social Services, providing a brief outline of the operations and the role of the Department of Human Services. There was often confusion between the role of the Department of Human Services and Department of Social Services, and Minister Payne had outlined what the Department of Human Services did. Minister Payne was going on leave overseas, and she offered that I would brief the Minister for Social Services in her absence.
Were you provided with a briefing document in preparation for the meeting on 30 December?
There was a briefing document that was signed by Minister Payne and provided to Minister Morrison.
So you didn't attend with any briefing materials, it was what Minister Payne had provided?
The department had drafted the brief for Minister Payne, so I was fully aware of the contents. The brief included a number of attachments, which included where the department was located and what services were provided by the department.
Did anyone else attend with you?
No.
What about from the Minister's office? Who was present?
I don't recall. It was between Christmas and New Year, and it was a very quiet period.
The reference in the first line following the meeting, the department was asked to prepare a brief. The request, did it come during the meeting from the minister or after the meeting from the minister's office?
My recollection, it was during the meeting with the minister.
And do you recall the words that he used?
I don't recall the exact words that he used.
What did you understand to be the breadth of the request?
The role of human services in protecting the integrity of the welfare system outlays and potential options for strengthening those arrangements.
Did that topic come up in the course of the briefing on the 30th?
It did.
What do you recall about that discussion?
I recall at the time there was media focus on the integrity of welfare outlays. There was at that time there was significant attention to it. The Department of Human Services received numerous tip-offs a year, approximately 100,000 tip-offs, and that this was often in the media.
Did you have any concept of proposals that might be advanced at that point in time in response to his question?
I don't recall having any exact proposals. It was a relatively short meeting with a broad range of topics.
Can I just interrupt? Integrity of welfare outlays, that's department speak for overpayments to people who wrongly claimed or mistakenly claimed, is it?
It's payments to which the recipient may not be eligible.
Mm.
Were you aware that advice had been sought in October 2014 from people within your department? That is, legal and policy advice had been sought from the Department of Human Services in respect of a particular proposal?
I can't recall.
And that the proposal involved the increased use of PAYG data in respect of the calculation of debts?
I can't recall whether I knew that at this time.
Did you find out about it after your meeting with Minister Morrison on the 30th of December?
I met with a number of executives on the 5th of January after the Christmas period of low tempo, and I do believe that these proposals were then discussed at that time.
Who do you recall was present of those executives within your department on the 5th of January 2015?
Relevant to this measure,
Yes.
Ms. Golightly.
Right. Anyone else?
Not relevant to this measure.
Do you recall whether Ms. Golightly informed you that the Department of Human Services had a proposal which they had already sought advice on from DSS?
I don't recall that level of detail.
What do you recall her conveying to you in that meeting in respect of this measure?
There were a number of people at this meeting, and I was giving them a debrief of the meeting with Minister Morrison, and one of them was that the Minister for Social Services was interested in understanding how the current processes worked, as well as proposals for future processes.
And did Ms. Golightly respond in any particular way to you, to your recollection?
I can't recall.
Did you make any notes of the meeting?
No, it wasn't my practice when I was tasking, because I knew that there would be a briefing coming back which would provide the content and the detail.
And did you receive a brief from Ms. Golightly in due course?
The brief I received would have been the original draft of the minute we are now discussing.
And it was worked into a minute which contained potential proposals to the Minister?
That's right.
I see. You've indicated that you weren't made aware of any advice provided by DSS in respect of the proposal.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that. And certainly your evidence was that you don't recall Ms. Golightly ever telling you about any advice received by the Department of Social
No,
Services?
I don't recall that, no.
When the minute was signed in its final form with the reference to DSS advice, the need for legislative change and policy change, did you make any inquiries of Ms Golightly about what the advice was and what the issues were?
No, because I considered that that advice would be sought as part of the final proposal that would be worked up.
Did that happen to your knowledge?
I don't know. I have searched the documents to see whether I saw the final proposal before it was considered by government, and I have found no evidence of that.
If we could go to paragraph 3A and B, please, and have that called out. The way in which the options are described, these are the options for strengthening integrity and compliance, operations, and Operation 1 and Operation 2. I'm interested in Operation 2 for the moment, but you can see marking, that is some underlining there on the document.
I can.
And on the copy that you have viewed in preparation for your evidence, there is also highlighting and circling of the options of pursue, don't pursue, or please discuss.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the underlining, the circling and the highlighting was done by Minister Morrison?
I haven't turned my mind to who did the underlining or the highlighting. Sometimes, on this occasion, sometimes my experience has that ministers' officers may have done that before passing the document to ministers.
You've seen occasions where officers that is persons within the minister's office, have signed on behalf of ministers and noted that fact that they're doing so?
I have seen that on occasions, yes.
That is on the occasions of executive minutes and the like?
That was never my preference, but yes, I have seen that.
That is, in those occasions, and I appreciate it's not your preference that someone signs on behalf of a minister, but on those occasions it's clear who's made the marks and who's signing the document, and they're one and the same person.
I wouldn't assume that someone else may have made markings on the document and someone else may have signed, but I don't know whether the person who signed made the markings.
The second operation there is the systematic clean-up of existing error and low-level non-compliance. What did you and Ms Golightly discuss about this possibility prior to working up the final version of the minute?
That this was an option for consideration by government.
And did you work through, that is you and Ms Golightly, how it was, that is the mechanism by which this operation number 2 could be carried out or put into effect?
So the extent of the working through was the material that's provided in this document.
Right.
That the use of online systems would be provided to allow recipients to look at the information that had been provided by the tax office and make and advise whether that was consistent with their recollection.
And that represented a change to the debt raising and collection process which existed at this time?
It did.
If we go to paragraph 4 on the next page, the executive minute says the 2 operations could be undertaken under existing arrangements but would be significantly strengthened if the suggested policy and legislative changes were adopted. The proposed changes require customers to explicitly and actively fulfil their obligations, streamline the gathering and presentation of evidence to increase efficiency, speed up prosecutions and provide for additional administrative sanctions. The reference to the significant strengthening of the operation turned on the fact that as things currently existed for debt raising and recovery, it was a labour-intensive exercise.
That's correct.
Because it was always carried out by a compliance officer within the department.
That's correct.
And to your understanding at this point in time, the compliance officer would review Centrelink's own records, that is information obtained from the recipient at the time they received the benefit, PAYG records, potentially tax return records, and potentially use the evidence gathering powers provided for by the Social Security Administration Act to obtain data from third parties, including employers, before making a decision about whether a debt was raised.
That's correct.
The reference to the suggested policy and legislative changes, they are referred to a little later in the document. That's your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Right. And if we go then to paragraph 9, and Ms. Campbell, I should say, if you want context for any of the paragraphs I'm specifically taking you to, don't hesitate to ask for the opportunity to read everything above it or below it.
Thank you.
Oh yes, I'm reminded you do have a hard copy, so feel free to open that as well. Paragraph 9 indicates what you've already described, that is the consultation between DHS and DSS on the options that are presented in this paper and the advice from DSS that some of the proposals may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation and would need to be assessed.
That's correct.
Right. And that's how you understood the effect of the advice?
I'm sorry, the effect of that was our advice to the Minister. And
Certainly, but as I understand it, you are describing the effect of the DSS advice to DHS in this paragraph as well.
Yes, and we're being very clear that we were conscious that this was a policy space for DSS and that they had indicated that there were implications that they would want to work through.
All right. Paragraph 11 is the next paragraph I'll take you to. The recommendation was, as you indicated from this minute, that DHS would work with DSS to undertake the analysis and develop a package of policy and legislative changes for Minister Morrison to take forward. But from your review of the documents and according to your memory, that did not occur.
I am unaware whether I believe that there were discussions at lower levels between DHS and DSS officers, but it was not unusual for us not to see the final product that was put forward by the Department of Social Services to government.
All right. And certainly to your knowledge, a package of policy and legislative changes, which was to be developed between the two departments, was not something that came across your desk.
It was not. But I would not expect it necessarily for policy and legislative changes to come to me.
Were you previously involved in occasions where proposals by your department which required legislative change made it to a budget measure and the legislative change process?
That we were involved with, yes, that there were measures, but we were not involved in the legislative change.
And are you saying that you never saw the proposed bills or any of those measures?
We would have seen the proposed bills afterwards, but not necessarily the new policy proposals that were considered by government.
Would you be involved in any discussion, or would anyone in your office be involved in any discussion with their counterparts in DSS about the proposals and the extent of legislative change?
I think it is possible that officers within the department were involved, but it was not something that I was involved with.
And again, in paragraph 12 below, there is a reference to legislative change, which is referred to in attachment A. So I will take you then to attachment A. Firstly, at page ending 0006, you will see on your hard copy document, Ms Campbell, the heading attachment A and the further heading proposed changes to strengthening the integrity of the welfare system.
Yes, I have that.
And if we then go to page ending 0010, which is point 7 of the series of proposals headed Systematic Clean-up of Existing Error and Non-Compliance, Operation 2, you can see what is set out there in respect of the particular measure which we're concerned with here.
Yes.
As you've indicated earlier, it involved a change which is described in the first dot point as a new approach to reconciling information declared to us by a customer with information from the ATO that indicates the customer may have incorrectly declared income from employment. Now, prior to this point in time, were you aware that the Department of Human Services obtained PAYG summaries under one process or another from the ATO?
I was aware.
And that those PAYG summaries were one of a number of pieces of information taken into account by compliance officers in going through the process I described earlier.
I was aware.
So there's nothing new about the reference to the PAYG material in the possession of DHS, but what is made clear in the first dot point is that there's a new approach to the use of that material.
Yes.
The second dot point reveals what is currently within DSS knowledge about the PAYG material which has historically been obtained by DHS from the ATO. That is, that it identified approximately 866,000 customers with likely incorrect payments.
Yes.
That is, according to the department or its position, a discrepancy between the income reflected, reported by employers for a financial year or part thereof, compared to income reported during the period when someone received an income supplement payment, was not entirely consistent.
That's correct.
Obviously, one might not expect complete consistency in that regard because of the nature of social security and the variable incomes that are received and the different nature of the information reflected on a PAYG statement.
That's correct.
The representation continues that of the approximately 866,000 customers, 185,000 have likely to have incorrect payments in more than one financial year, and the extrapolation of relevant figures revealed an estimated overpayment of just over $1 billion. That was the position which was advanced in the minute.
Yes.
Can you recall now how you and Ms Golightly arrived at those figures and those estimates?
No, I don't recall. That was advice provided by Ms Golightly and her team.
Did you question Ms Golightly's calculations?
No, I did not.
It was important to be accurate about this though, wasn't it?
It was important to be accurate, and we made such estimates on a regular basis of number of payments and overpayments as well.
If we go to dot point 3, please. The proposal was that the customer would be presented via their online account with information obtained from the ATO. That's the reference to the PAYG data.
Yes.
The amount that they declared to Centrelink and an assessment of entitlement based on this information. The assessment of correct welfare entitlement based on the information, is that a reference to the PAYG data?
Can you just repeat that question? Sorry.
Certainly. Is the reference to the assessment of the correct welfare entitlement based on this information a reference to the PAYG data? Is that the information to which you're referring?
Yes.
Okay. Do I take it also that there is a step in the calculation that there is some comparison between the PAYG data and the income thresholds of entitlement under the Act?
Yes.
Okay. That is, what was conveyed or intended to be conveyed by this sentence was that the PAYG data would be used in a way in comparison to the income support supplement thresholds to identify the correct welfare entitlement.
That's correct.
The proposal continues that the customer will have the opportunity to update the information prior to it being applied to their Centrelink record. Pausing there, the concept of the application to the Centrelink record was the application of the correct welfare entitlement based on the process you've just described.
By updating that information it was currently held on the Centrelink record. So this was the opportunity for the customer to update that information before it was provided.
Before the application of the process you described?
Yes.
And you indicate that put the obligation on the customer to ensure it was correct?
The brief did, yes.
Sorry, the brief did. By providing evidence to support their claim?
Yes.
Now, in that context, the reference to evidence to support their claim was the claim that they had made historically for the income support payment?
Yes.
And as you know, the general rule, and perhaps without exception, was that income was to be reported fortnightly in order to satisfy the entitlement to the payment at the time it was received.
Yes.
More accurately, evidence had already been provided by the income support recipient at the point at which the claim was made.
Evidence had been provided, and this process was proposing to use another data source to confirm that initial evidence was still correct.
All right.
Mr Gregory, it's 4:34. Did you want to finish off a point or...?
Now would be convenient.
Right, thank you. We'll adjourn till 10 a.m, Mr Gregory? Or
Yes.
10 a.m, thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.